We embark upon a discourse that seeks to illuminate the paths of truth and guidance, as penned by Abu Muhammad ibn Qutaybah at the outset of his book Mukhtalif al-Hadith 1. Therein he speaks of the people of Hadith and their luminaries, as well as the people of speculative theology, Kalam, and their leading figures. He traces the lineage of these latter Imams, describing their sayings and deeds, and contrasts them with the Imams of the former, elucidating their words and actions. Through this, it becomes manifest to every soul that the people of Hadith are indeed the bearers of truth and guidance, while others are more akin to misguidance, ignorance, vain verbosity, and falsehood. 1. See Tawil Mukhtalif al-Hadith by Ibn Qutaybah, p. 124, Dar al-Ta'arud, 157th, Minhaj al-Sunnah 3 468, 469, 484, 6 311, 390, and Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyan, p. 334. 2. pp. 65, 142. Book 76. Moreover, those who oppose the people of Hadith are oft suspected of corrupting their deeds, whether through a flawed creed and hypocrisy or through a malady of the heart and a frailty of faith. Among them are those who forsake obligations, transgress boundaries, belittle rights, and harbour hardness in their hearts, a reality evident to all. The majority of their elders are accused of grave misdeeds. 1. Even if among them are individuals known for asceticism and worship, the asceticism and devotion of some common folk among the people of the Sunnah surpass what is found in them. It is well understood that knowledge is the root of action, and the soundness of principles begets the soundness of branches. A man's corruption in deeds arises from one of two causes, either need or ignorance. As for the one who knows the ugliness of a thing and has no need for it, he will not commit it unless, God forbid, his desires overpower his reason and sins dominate his soul. Such is a different shade, a distinct category altogether. Furthermore, it is not known of any among the people of speculative theology, except that they hold a view in Islam for which the generality of Muslims, even their own companions, would declare the holder an unbeliever. In generalization lies sufficiency beyond specification. So, which faction is more deserving of being labelled as bearers of vain verbosity and misguidance than these? This in turn implies the presence of apostasy among them, just as hypocrisy is frequently found in their ranks. If such views pertain to obscure matters, it might be said that they are erring and misguided, without the conclusive evidence that would render one an unbeliever having been established against them. 2. Yet, this occurs among certain groups of them in matters so evident that both the common and the elite among Muslims recognize them as intrinsic to the faith. Indeed, even the Jews and Christians know that Muhammad, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was sent with these truths and declared as disbelievers those who opposed them. Examples include his command to worship God alone without partners, and his prohibition of worshipping any other besides God, be they angels, prophets, the sun, the moon, the stars, idols, or otherwise. This is among the most manifest symbols of Islam. Likewise, his command regarding the 5 daily prayers, their obligation and their exalted status, his enmity toward the Jews, Christians, polytheists, Sabians and Magians, and his prohibition of grave sins, usury, intoxicants, gambling and the like. 1. Ibn Qutaybah mentioned glimpses of this in his book, pp. 66, 94, 99, 112. 2. This point is frequently discussed in the works of the Imams of the Najdi reformist movement, may God have mercy on them, and it is among the most significant evidence used to attribute the distinction between obscure and evident issues in the matter of excusing ignorance to Ibn Taymiyyah. It appears to one who contemplates the principles and foundations of Abu al-Abbas, Ibn Taymiyyah, and gathers his scattered statements, that what he deems relevant in excusing ignorance is the establishment of the attribute of ignorance in a specific individual and the absence of conclusive prophetic evidence against him, without distinguishing between theoretical and practical issues in the fundamentals and branches of religion. The notions of evident and obscure are, to him, relative matters that vary according to people's capacities, eras and regions. Thus it is not appropriate to tie the excuse of ignorance to them. See the clarification of this text and the precise exposition of Shaykh al-Islam's view in the book Ishkaliyat al-Idhar bil-Jal fi al-Ba'th al-Aqidi by Sultan al-Umayri, pp. 4053, 319, 341, Book 77. Yet you find many of their leaders falling into these very matters, 1, thus becoming apostates, even if some among them may repent and return to Islam. This is akin to the tribal leaders such as Al-Akra ibn Habis and Uyayna ibn Hisn, and others who apostatized from Islam and then re-entered it. Among them are those accused of hypocrisy and a diseased heart, while others are free from such charges, or it may be said that due to the knowledge they possess, they resemble Abdullah ibn Abi Sa'd, who was a scribe of revelation, yet apostatized and joined the polytheists. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, declared his blood lawful on the day of the conquest, but then Uthman brought him, and he pledged allegiance to Islam, 2. 1. The original text reads, "They fell into grave matters by which they distorted the Sharia." The scribe placed a prolonged ha above it and wrote the phrase, "I have included in the text. See what was mentioned earlier, p. 36. 2. Narrated by Abu Dawood, 2683, Al-Nasa'i, 4067, and others. It was authenticated by Al-Hakim, 345 on the condition of Muslim, and Al-Dahabi did not critique it. Al-Diya included it in Al-Muqtara, 1054, 1055, and Ibn al-Mulkin authenticated it in Al-Badr al-Munir, 7449, Book 78. Thus, whoever composes works aligning with the creed of polytheists or the like, the best of their states is that they return to Islam. 1. Many leaders among these groups are found in such a state. At times they apostatize from Islam in an explicit manner, and at other times they return to it with a diseased heart and hypocrisy. They may even experience a third state wherein faith overcomes hypocrisy, though rare is it that they are free from some form of hypocrisy. Tales of such are well known, and Ibn Qutaybah has mentioned a portion of them at the beginning of Mukhtalif al-Hadith 2. It is narrated, for instance, that Jam ibn Safwan abandoned prayer for 40 days, deeming it non-obligatory. 3. The chroniclers of theological opinions have also related some of these matters among themselves, as mentioned by Abu Isa al-Waraq 4, al-Nabakhti 5, Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, al-Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Bakilani, Abu Abdullah al-Sharastani, and others who document the views of the speculative theologians. 1. That is, return to Islam, in t, that he be a Muslim, which corrupts the meaning. The reference here is to Al-Razi, as will be mentioned later. 2, pp. 66, 94, 99, 112. 3. This narration was transmitted by Abdullah ibn Ahmad in Al-Sunnah, 189, Al-Kalal in Al-Sunnah, 1679-1688, Al-Lalikai, 630, Ibn Battah in Al-Ibana, 689-94, and others. 4. Muhammad ibn Harun, d. 247 AH, one of the leaders of the Mu'tazila who later inclined toward Rafidism and was accused of heresy. He authored a well-known book on theological opinions. Ibn Taymiyyah said, "He is among the authors for the Rafida who are suspected in much of what they transmit." See Al-Firist, 2 600ths, Muruj al-Dahab, 4 105ths, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 6 301ths, Tariq al-Islam, 5 1249ths, Tariq al-Hijratain, 333, Lisan al-Mizan, 7 559ths, and Ayan al-Shia, 47 105ths. 5. Al-Hasan ibn Musa, d. 300 AH, a speculative theologian and philosopher claimed by both the Shia and the Mu'tazila. He authored Al-Ara wal Diyanat, and his book Firaq al-Shia was published. See Al-Firist, 2 636, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 172nd, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyya, 2 559ths, Tariq al-Islam, 7 179ths, Al-Wafi, 12 280ths, Lisan al-Mizan, 3 126ths, and Ayan al-Shia, 23 333ths. Book 79. More astounding still is that among them are those who author works on the religion of polytheists and apostasy from Islam, as Al-Razi did in his book on the worship of stars and idols 1. He presented arguments for its merit and benefit, and even encouraged it, a clear apostasy from Islam by the consensus of Muslims, even if he may have later returned to the faith. It is a marvel that the speculative theologians claim that the people of Hadith and Sunnah are mere imitators, devoid of reflection and reasoning, alleging that they deny the authority of intellect. At times they attribute the rejection of reflection to some of the luminaries of the Sunnah, and this they hold against them. 1. Titled Al-Sir al-Maktum fi al-Sir wa Mukatabat al-Nujum. Al-Subki denied its attribution to Al-Razi without evidence, though its style resembles his and he referenced it in his works. It is said that he wrote it to display scholarly prowess, not out of belief. Zayn al-Din al-Malati, d. 788 AH, refuted it in Inqidad al-Bazi fi Infidad al-Razi. Numerous manuscript copies exist, and it was printed in India in a lithographic edition. See Dar al-Ta'arud, 111th, 311-113th, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyya, 353rds, Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyin, 286, 544, Majmu al-Fatawa, 548, 13180, 16213, Mizan al-Itidal, 340, Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah by Ibn al-Subki, 887, and by Ibn Qadi Shaba, 267. Tafsir Ibn Kathir, 1541, Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah, 779, Kashif al-Zunun, 989, Al-Fawaid al-Bahiyah by Al-Kanawi, 192, Fakhr al-Din al-Razi wa Ara'uhu al-Kalamiyah by Al-Zarkan, 52, 109, 111, and Mawqif Ibn Taymiyyah min al-Asha'ira, 2666, Book 80. To them we say, this is not the truth. The people of the Sunnah and Hadith do not deny what the Quran has brought forth, a principle upon which they are united. God has commanded reflection, contemplation, thought, and deliberation in numerous verses. It is not known of any among the righteous predecessors, Salaf, or the Imams of the Sunnah and their scholars that they denied this. Rather, they are unanimous in affirming what the Sharia has enjoined of reflection, contemplation, consideration, and deliberation. However, there exists a shared usage of the terms reflection and reasoning, as well as speculative discourse, kalam, too. They rejected the falsehoods innovated by the speculative theologians in their reflection, discourse, and reasoning, leading the latter to assume that rejecting these implies rejecting the very essence of reflection and reasoning. This is akin to how every faction among the speculative theologians labels what they have formulated as the fundamentals of religion, Usul al-Din, a lofty title indeed. Yet within it lies corruption of faith, the extent of which God alone knows. 3. When the people of truth and Sunnah reject this, the proponent of falsehood claims they have denied the fundamentals of religion. In reality, they have not denied what truly deserves to be called the fundamentals of religion. Rather, they reject what these individuals have named as such, names coined by them and their forefathers, for which God has sent down no authority. 4. 1. The original text reads al-dara, harm, an obvious corruption, noted in the margin of T and corrected in F. 2. C. Dar al-Ta'arud, 7184, 420, al-Nubuwat, 290, 619, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 13147. 3. C. al-Nubuwat, 330, 613, Dar al-Ta'arud, 138, 41, and al-Fatawa, 303, 305. 4. The original text reads, and their forefathers with names, a scribal error. Book 81. The religion is what God and his messenger have legislated, clarifying its fundamentals and branches. It is inconceivable that the messenger would elucidate the branches of religion while leaving its fundamentals obscure, as we have explained elsewhere. 1. Thus the terms reflection, consideration, and reasoning must be understood in their true light. The majority of these misguidances befall those who do not cling to the book and the Sunnah, As Al-Zuri used to say, our scholars would proclaim holding fast to the Sunnah is salvation. 2. And Malik declared, the Sunnah is the Ark of Noah. Whoever boards it is saved, and whoever lags behind drowns. 3. For the Sunnah, the Sharia, and the methodology are the straight path that leads the servants to God. The messenger is the guiding exemplar, the skilled navigator on this path, as God, the Exalted, has said, indeed, we have sent you as a witness and a bringer of good tidings and a warner, and as one who invites to God by his permission, and as a lamp spreading light. Al-Azab 45:46. And he said, and indeed you guide to a straight path, the path of God, to whom belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. Unquestionably to God do all matters return. Ash-Shura 52:53. And he said, and this is my path which is straight, so follow it, and do not follow other ways, for you will be separated from his way. Al-Anam 153. 1. See Majmu al-Fatawa 19-155-202. This chapter was published separately and within several collections under the title Ma'arij al-Wusul ila and Marifat Usul al-Dinwa Furu'ihi kad Bayanaha al-Rasul. 2. Narrated by al-Darimi 97, al-Lalikai 15-136, Abu Nu'aym 369, and others with the best narration by Abu Ismail al-Ansari in Dam al-Kalam 495. 3. Narrated by al-Khatib in Tariq Baghdad 8309, and Abu Ismail al-Ansari al-Harawi in Dam al-Kalam 885. 4. Meaning the skilled. The original text reads, the guiding skilled guide, and the corrected version from T is more accurate. Book 82. Abdullah ibn Masud reported, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, drew a line and drew other lines to its right and left, then said, this is the path of God, and these are other paths, upon each of which stands a devil calling to it. Then he recited, and this is my path, which is straight, so follow it, and do not follow other ways, for you will be separated from his way. Al-Anam 153. 1. If a discerning soul yearning to meet God contemplates this parable and reflects upon the various factions, be they Kharijites, Mutazilites, Jahmites, Rafidites, or those closer to the Sunnah among the speculative theologians such as the Karamiyyah, Kulabiyya, Asharites and others, each claiming their path as the correct one while deviating from the way of the companions and the people of Hadith, they will see that these are precisely the ones intended by this parable, struck by the infallible one, who speaks not from desire but from revelation inspired too. 1. Narrated by Sa'id ibn Mansur in his Tafsir from Al-Sunan 935, Ahmad 4142, Al-Bazar 1718, and others with a good chain. It was authenticated by Ibn Hibban 6 and Al-Hakim 2318. 2. I have not found this interpretation of the Hadith applied to these specific groups elsewhere in the author's works. Book 83. What wonder, then, that among these are those who openly declare that if their intellect contradicts a hadith, especially concerning the divine attributes, they subordinate the hadith to their intellect, explicitly prioritizing it over the narration and making it the scale by which the hadith is measured. Would that I knew whether this intellect of theirs was explicitly ordained as paramount in the Mohammedan Sharia, thus being part of the path commanded to be followed, or whether it is the intellect of an innovating, ignorant, misguided, and bewildered soul, 1, straying from the true path. There is no power and no strength save in God. These unionists, Ittihadiyya, and their ilk have fallen into error due to a paucity of knowledge and faith in the attributes of God that distinguish him from creation, and a lack of adherence to the Sunnah and the way of the righteous predecessors in this regard. Rather, they may hold notions of negation, tatil, that contradict the Sunnah, having imbibed such from a philosopher or speculative theologian. This belief becomes a barrier, preventing them from treading the path to God. Whenever their hearts yearn to draw near to their Lord, to walk the straight path to him, and to worship him, as they were created to do, and as the messengers conveyed of his transcendence and majesty, these misleading obstacles divert them from that course. 1. The original text reads oppressor, which is possible, but the version in T is more fitting, Book 84. Thus you find among the imitators of the Yahmites those who outwardly agree with them in speech, while their hearts remain upon the natural disposition, fitra, and the sunnah. Most of them do not comprehend the negation they utter with their tongues. Rather, they consider it a form of absolute, generalized glorification. Among them are those who do not grasp the Yahmi position, but understand from negation a correct meaning, believing that those who affirm the attributes affirm the opposite of what they understand. They hear such ideas from certain people. For instance, they may understand from the statement, "He is not in a direction, nor does he have a place, nor is he in the heavens," to mean that he is not within the cavity of the heavens, a correct meaning, and their belief in it is true. However, they assume that those who articulated this negation limited themselves to this understanding, which is not the case. Rather, their intent is that there is nothing above the throne at all, and beyond the heavens is mere non-existence, with no God to be worshipped there, no Lord to be called upon or besought, no Creator who created the creation, and no ascent of the Prophet to his Lord whatsoever. This is their ultimate aim. 1. This very notion led the Unionists to claim he is the very essence of existence. 2. For their hearts found no existence beyond these created beings if there is nothing above them. This is among the intuitive, experiential and existential insights that there is either this created existence or another existence distinct and separate from it, especially when they know that the celestial spheres are circular and that the highest is the encompassing. They realize that there is either this created existence or an existent above it. If they believe alongside this that there is no other existence and nothing beyond the cosmos, they must inevitably say, he is this created existence, as the Unionists have claimed. This is precisely their argument. 1. See Al-Tisiniyah 192-194. 2. See Jami al-Masail 417th and Al-Mustadrak ala al-Fatawa 137th. Book 85. This is the very doctrine of both the early and later Yahmites. 1. As they say, he is in every place, yet he is not in a place, nor is he specific to anything. They perpetually combine contradictory statements, for they seek to affirm an existent, yet they have nothing above the cosmos. Thus it becomes necessary that he be the cosmos or be within it. Then, desiring to affirm something other than the created, they say, he is not in the cosmos, just as he is not outside it, or they say, he is the existence of the created beings without their essences, or they say, he is absolute existence. They resemble one another in what they negate, too, for their hearts are alike in negation and deprivation, tatil, which is the denial of a true existent distinct from and exalted above creation. They differ only in what they affirm. They force their natural dispositions and intellects to accept the impossible and contradictory. They say he's in the cosmos, yet he is not in it, or he is the cosmos, yet he is not it. Or they emphasize affirmation, saying rather, he is the very essence of existence. Or they emphasize negation, saying he is neither in the cosmos nor outside it. Or they adhere to affirmation in one state and negation in another. When intellect prevails over one of them, they favor negation, asserting that he is not in the cosmos. When ecstasy and worship prevail, they favor affirmation, claiming that he is in this existence or that he is it. You will not find a Jahmite except upon one of these four positions. Though they vary in what they affirm, as I have mentioned to you, they are united in deprivation. Tatil 3. 1. C. Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah 151st, 558th, 535th. Al-Radala al-Shadhili 169, 174. Bugyat al-Murtad 350, 411. And Majmu al-Fatawa 2466, 5272, 13150th. 2. C. Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah 151st, 558th, 535th. Al-Radala al-Shadhili 169, 174. Bugyat al-Murtad, 350-411, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 466, 5 272, 13 150. 3. See references as above. I have beheld among them and in their writings, and heard from them and from those who speak of them, such matters as God has willed. Yet all of them, in these states, are astray from their Lord, their God, and their Creator. Thereafter I encountered the words of the righteous predecessors and the Imams, all of whom described them in like manner. Thus God graced us with the path of the believers, and we placed our faith in God and His Messenger. 1. The original text reads, "They affirm what they affirm, this is a distortion." 2. Refer to Al-Safadiyya, 1 263, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 298, Book 86. Among all these souls you will find their hearts restless in this belief, for it contradicts itself within. They only soothe some of this unrest through a semblance of imitation of one they hold in high esteem, or through fear of opposing their companions, or through their claim that this stems from mere fancy and imagination rather than reason. This contradiction lies in affirming the existence of something neither external to the world nor identical with it, an existence their innate nature, their witnessing, and their intellects reject. This differs from the innate acknowledgement of a creator above the world, for such acknowledgement is the natural disposition affirming the known truth, while the other is the natural disposition's denial of the false and rejected. From this realm comes the well-known account narrated by Muhammad ibn Tahir al-Maqdisi that once Sheikh Abu Ja'far al-Hamadani was present while the master Abu al-Ma'ali from the pulpit declared, "God was, and there was no throne," denying the divine elevation in the manner known from his statements, though at the end of his life he is said to have recanted this belief and passed away upon the faith of his mother and the elderly women of Nisabur. Sheikh Abu Ja'far then said, "O Master, let us leave aside mention of the throne, for that comes solely from revelation, and inform us instead of this innate necessity we find in our hearts. No knower of God has ever said, 'O God,' without sensing in his heart a meaning that seeks the exalted, turning neither to the right nor to the left. How then can we repel this necessity from our hearts?" At this, Abu al-Ma'ali cried out, placed his hand upon his head and exclaimed, "Al-Hamadani has confounded me," or words to that effect, and descended from the pulpit. Thus, this sheikh spoke on behalf of all the children of Adam, declaring that knowledge of the throne and God's elevation upon it is derived from the sacred law, and the reports of the Book and the Sunnah. In contrast, the acknowledgement of God's exaltation above creation without specifying a throne or elevation is an innate, essential matter we find within our hearts, as do all who call upon God the exalted. How then can we drive this necessity from our souls? 1. The original text reads, "the false." This is a scribe's error. 2. This account was discussed earlier, p. 66, Book 87. And consider the slave girl to whom the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, asked, "Where is God?" She replied, "In the heavens." He said, "Free her, for she is a believer." A non-Arab slave girl, have you seen who taught her or informed her of what she uttered? Nay, she spoke only from the innate disposition upon which God created her, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, affirmed her in this and bore witness to her faith. Let the discerning reflect upon this, for they shall find it a guide to the knowledge of their Lord, and to acknowledging him as he ought to be acknowledged, not according to the innovations of those who delve too deeply or speak with pretense, those whom Satan has beguiled and for whom he has spun false hopes. Among such examples is the way some of the great speculative theologians, who mingled their discourse with philosophy, regard as guarded secrets and treasured knowledge matters which, when pondered by one possessing even the slightest intellect and faith, reveal such ignorance and misguidance as one would scarcely believe could befall them, to the point that some might deny that such words could issue from their lips. 1. Reported by Muslim, 537. 2. As in the original, with guiding carrying the sense of evidence. 3. That is, they mixed it with philosophy as did Al-Razi, Al-Amidi and Al-Sharastani, Refer to Minhaj al-Sunnah, 3 303, Al-Rad ala al-Shadhili, 140, Al-Safadiyya, 2 113, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 17 327. Book 88. An example of this is the interpretation of the Hadith of the Ascension by Abu Abd Allah al-Razi, who followed the path of Ibn Sina and Ayn al-Qudat al-Hamadani. He narrated the Hadith of the Ascension in a lengthy form, with strange names and an arrangement found in no book of the Muslims, neither in the authentic good nor weak narrations recorded by the people of knowledge. Rather, it was fabricated by some ascetics, wandering Sufis, deceitful preachers, or heretics. Moreover, in his ignorance of the Hadith of the Ascension, as found in the books of Hadith exegesis and biography, and in his turning away from what exists in these sources to that which no scholar has heard of nor is found in any trace of knowledge, he interpreted it according to the misguided astrologers of the Sabians. He claimed that the essence of the Prophet's ascension was an ascent of his thought to the celestial spheres, that the prophets he saw were the stars, Adam being the moon, Idris the sun, that the 4 rivers were the 4 elements, and that he came to know the necessary absolute existence. Then he extols this interpretation, deeming it among the secrets and insights that must be safeguarded. 1. Fakhr al-Din al-Razi. 2. Abd Allah ibn Muhammad ibn Ali al-Miyanji, a jurist and speculative theologian. A group of scholars issued a fatwa permitting his execution, and he was killed and crucified in the year 525 AH. Al-Dahabi said, "I saw some of his words, and they were vile, following the path of the philosophers and the esotericists." Refer to Tariq al-Islam, 11 433, Lisan al-Mizan, 6 291, and Irshad al-Arib, 1550. 3. Ibn Kathir compiled its narrations in his exegesis, 8 374 430. 4. Refer to Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyin, 545, and Al-Safadiyya, 1 266, Book 89, and veiled from the understanding of the believers and their scholars, to the extent that a group who once revered him, upon witnessing this, were utterly astonished. Some of his ardent defenders sought to deny it, until they were shown a manuscript in the handwriting of well-known and knowledgeable sheikhs familiar with his state, wherein he had written it within his book titled Al-Matalib al-Aliyah. In this work he gathered the majority of the views of the philosophers and speculative theologians. Likewise, you find Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, despite his vast knowledge of jurisprudence, Sufism, speculative theology, legal theory, and more, alongside his asceticism, worship, good intention, and deeper immersion in Islamic sciences than others, mentioning in his book Al-Arba'in 3 and similar works his text Al-Madnun Bihi ala Ghair Alihi, the hidden from those unworthy of it. If you seek out this book and examine its secrets of truths and ultimate aims, you will find it to be the very discourse of the philosophizing Sabians, albeit with altered expressions and arrangement. One ignorant of the true doctrines of worshippers and the creeds of various faiths might believe this to be the secret shared between the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and Abu Bakr, and that it is what the unveilers who perceive truth through a divine light attain. 1. Refer to Da al-Ta'arud, 8 245. 2. I did not find it in the printed versions, though it may exist in some manuscripts. The author attributed it to him elsewhere in Majmu al-Fatawa, 6/6, and in Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 6 337. There is an indication that it is an independent work, though al-Zarqan did not mention it in his book. 3. p. 39. He said, "If you seek clear knowledge of the truths of this creed without ambiguity or caution, you will find it only in some of our works hidden from those unworthy of them." 4. The original reads, "and believed." The corrected version seems more appropriate. 5. Refer to Al-Safadiyya, 1 230th, 265, Shah al-Isfahaniyya, 579, 625, 652, Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyin, 195, 282, Al-Rad ala al-Shadhili, 41, 59, 60, 108, 134, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 17333. 6. In the fabricated report that will be mentioned, p. 111, book 90, for Abu Hamid often refers in his works to that divine light and to what he believes the Sufis and devotees attain through their spiritual discipline and piety in perceiving and unveiling truths to the extent that they weigh the sacred law against it. The reason for this is that, with his sharp intellect and sincere quest, he recognized the confusion in the path of the speculative theologians and philosophers. God granted him a general faith, as he himself stated, and he yearned to detail this generality. He found in the words of the sheikhs and Sufis something closer to the truth and more worthy of investigation than the discourse of the philosophers and theologians, and indeed it is as he found. Yet he did not receive from the inheritance of the elite of this ummah those sciences and states attained by the foremost predecessors in knowledge and worship, who achieved scholarly unveilings and devotional transactions beyond what others reached, that which would have sufficed. Thus he came to believe that detailing this generality could be achieved solely through that path, as he knew no other, the specific prophetic sunnah path being obscured to him due to his limited knowledge of it, and the doubts he inherited from the philosophers and theologians which stood between him and that path. Hence, he frequently criticized these barriers and the path of speculative knowledge, though this stemmed from the knowledge he pursued and which veiled him from the reality of following the prophetic message. This is not true knowledge, but rather philosophical and theological doctrines. As the predecessors said, knowledge of speculative theology is ignorance, and as Abu Yusuf declared, whoever seeks knowledge through speculative theology becomes a heretic. For this reason, a group who recognized his virtue and piety denied the attribution of these books to him, to the extent that the jurist Abu Muhammad ibn Abd al-Salam, as recorded, rejected that Bidayat al-Hidayah was authored by him, claiming it was falsely attributed, even though the accepted portions of these books far outweigh the rejected, and the rejected parts are general matters, not concerning core beliefs or fundamentals of faith. 1. Refer to Al-Ihya, 194, 104, 307, 426, Al-Munkid min al-Dalal, 115, Mishkat al-Anwar, 39, 63, 93, and Mizan al-Amal, 244. 2. T. The Prophetic Inheritance. 3. Reported by Al-Khatib in Tariq, Baghdad, 7538, 16372, Ibn Battar in Al-Ibana, 2536, and others from Abu Yusuf. It is also narrated from Al-Shafi'i, reported by Abu al-Qasim al-Taymi in Al-Hujjah, 1224. 4. Reported by Waqi in Akhbar al-Qudat, 3258, Ibn Battar in Al-Ibana, 2537, Al-Lalaka'i in Al-Sunnah, 305, and others with an authentic chain. Ibn Nuqta narrated it in Al-Taqid, 1461, from Abu Yusuf via Mujalid from Al-Shabi, which is rejected, as speculative theology was not known in that era. It may be a scribal error. Abu Ismail al-Ansari reported in Dam al-Kalam, 873, from Malik. Whoever seeks religion through speculative theology becomes a heretic. 5. Al-Iz ibn Abd al-Salam, d. 660 AH. See also what was mentioned earlier, p. 25. 6. The book Bidayat al-Hidayah was divided by al-Ghazali into 3 sections: acts of obedience and their etiquettes, avoiding sins, and etiquettes of companionship and social interaction. Its manuscripts are abundant, some dating to the author's time. I have not come across anyone doubting its attribution. It is well known among the Shafi'is, with several of them commenting on or summarizing it. Ibn al-Salah attributed it to him in Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah, 249, and others. Al-Silafi mentioned in Mujam al-Safa, 450, that Abu al-Hasan Ali ibn Sand, Ibn Ayyash al-Ghassani, met al-Ghazali in the Hijaz, read the beginning of Bidayat al-Hidayah to him, and was authorized for the rest. Musa ibn Harun al-Tajibi also heard it from al-Ghazali, as in Takmilat al-Silah, 2 174. Refer to Mashiakat al-Qazwini, 524, Tajrid Asanid al-Kutub al-Mashura by Ibn Hajar, 402, Silat al-Khalaf, 141, Mu'allafat al-Ghazali by Abd al-Rahman Badawi, 138, and Jami al-Shuru wa al-Hawashi, 1508. Book 92. As for al-Madnun bihi ala-Gaya alihi, another group of scholars denied its attribution to him, while those well versed in his works and state know that all of this is indeed his discourse, due to their familiarity with the substance of his words and the similarity of some to others. One, such as Ibn al-Salah in Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah, 1 263, al-Iznawi, 2 112, Taj al-Din al-Subki, 6 257, and al-Mu'allimi in his commentary on al-Ikhna'iyah, 39. 2. Among them is Dr. Suleiman Dunya in his book Al-Haqiqa fi Nazar al-Ghazali, 89 105, who said, "Whoever reads this book after having extensively read al-Ghazali's works, becoming familiar with the author's spirit, style, and the examples and evidence he frequently employs, will feel a strong sense that the book is by al-Ghazali." Refer to Al-Akhlaq, Ind al-Ghazali by Zaki Mubarak, 120, Dirasat fi al-Fikr al-Falsafi al-Islami by Hussam al-Din al-Alusi, 241, Mu'allafat al-Ghazali by Abd al-Rahman Badawi, 154, Mawqif Ibn Taymiyyah min al-Asha'ira by al-Mahmud, 2625, and Mawqif Ibn Taymiyyah min Qadiyat al-Tawil by al-Jalind, 197. It appears from the author's words here and elsewhere that he leans toward confirming the attribution of the book to Abu Hamid, though it is more likely he recanted it, as indicated by his works criticizing and excommunicating philosophers, as will be mentioned, PC 105, regarding his return to the methodology of the people of Hadith at the end of his life. Refer to Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 8 329, Al-Safadiyya, 1 212, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 2 359, 8 21, Al-Rad ala al-Shadhili, 41, Majmu al-Fatawa, 13 238, and Jami al-Rasail, 1 169, book/93. Yet, as I have previously stated, he and those like him were restless, not adhering to a fixed stance, for they possessed such intellect and yearning as to seek the path of the elite of creation. However, it was not decreed for them to tread the path of the elite of this ummah, those who inherited knowledge and faith from the Messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, as we have mentioned, the people of the truths of faith and the Quran. Those who understand the Book of God possess knowledge and comprehension of the Hadith of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and follow this knowledge with states and deeds befitting it as brought by the prophetic message. For this reason, Sheikh Abu Amr ibn al-Salah said, as I saw in his own handwriting, much has been said about and by Abu Hamid. As for these books, meaning those contrary to the truth, they should be disregarded. As for the man himself, silence should be maintained regarding him and his affair entrusted to God. His intent was that he should not be spoken ill of, for God's forgiveness of the forgetful and erring, and his acceptance of repentance from the sinner, encompass every sin. This is among the most likely matters for him and those like him. Moreover, God's forgiveness through good deeds, his own or those gifted to him by others, and his expiation of sins through afflictions cover confirmed sins. Thus one should not hasten to negate this in the case of a specific individual without clear insight, especially given the abundance of benevolence, sound knowledge, righteous deeds, and good intention. He inclined toward philosophy, yet presented it in the mould of Sufism and Islamic expressions. Hence Muslim scholars refuted him, even his closest companion, Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, who said, "Our Sheikh Abu Hamid entered the belly of the philosophers, then sought to emerge from them, but could not." 3. It has been reported of him that he held views akin to those of the esotericists, and evidence of this is found in his books. Abu Abdallah al-Mazari refuted him in a dedicated work, as did Abu Bakr al-Turtushi and Abu al-Hasan al-Marginani, his companion, who refuted his words in Mishkat al-Anwar and similar works. 1. That is, from his own deeds or from the reward of others' righteous deeds gifted to him. As for the good done by others through his guidance and direction, he receives a reward equal to theirs, and that is part of his own deeds. 2. Refer to Minhaj al-Sunnah, 583, 6238, Majmu al-Fatawa, 3155, 3567, and Jami al-Masail, 379. 3. As previously mentioned regarding his treatment in Al-Madnun Bihi al-Agaya alihi, refer to Bugyat al-Murtad, 448, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 304, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 5268, Al-Safadiyah, 2264, and Jami al-Rasail, 1163. 4. The author also mentioned this in Al-Safadiyah, 1211, 250, Dar al-Ta'arud, 1/5, Al-Rad ala al-Mantikiyin, 483, Al-Rad ala al-Shadhili, 41, and Al-Dahabi in Al-Siyar, 19327, and Tariq al-Islam, 1166. Refer to Ibn al-Arabi's words on al-Ghazali in Al-Awasim min al-Kawasim, 57, 78, 79. 5. That is Ibn al-Arabi, though it could be in the passive voice. The former fits the context better. 6. Titled Al-Kashf wa al-Inba and Kitab al-Ihya. See excerpts in Tabakat al-Shafiyyah by Ibn al-Salah, 1, 255-259, Al-Siyar, 19, 330-332, 340, Tariq al-Islam, 1166-67, and Shar al-Isfahaniyah, 645-650. 7. In a letter to Ibn Muzaffar, cited by al-Wansharisi in Al-Miyar al-Murib, 12-186-187, refer to Al-Siyar, 19339, 494, and Tariq al-Islam, 1168. 8. A companion of Abu al-Ma'ali al-Juwayni as in Al-Safadiyah, 1210-250. His kunya varies in sources. Abu Nasr in Al-Nubuwat, 394, Abu Hamid in the original of Al-Rad, Ala al-Shadhili, 41, Abu Ishaq in Shar al-Isfahaniyya, 640, and as here in Bugyat al-Murtad, 281, Al-Safadiyah, previous citations, and Dar al-Ta'arud, 6239. He is not Ali ibn Abi Bakr al-Marginani, the Hanafi jurist, D 593 AH, who was born 25 years after al-Ghazali's death and did not meet al-Juwayni. Among al-Juwayni's companions and al-Ghazali's contemporaries are the two imams and jurists Abu Nasr al-Aghiani, D 528 AH, and Abu al-Fath al-Arghiyani, D 499 AH. He may be one of them. The author's inconsistency in the kunya suggests unfamiliarity with the rare attribution compounded by the passage of time and writing from memory, unlikely to be a scribal error, Book 95. Sheikh Abu al-Bayan, Sheikh Abu Amr ibn al-Salah, who warned against his words, as did Abu Zakaria al-Nawawi and others, also refuted him. Likewise, Ibn Aqil, Ibn al-Jawzi, Abu Muhammad al-Maqdisi, and others responded to him. This is a vast subject for those who deviate from the path of the foremost predecessors, the Muhajirun, the Ansar, and those who followed them in righteousness, fall in the discourse of the Messenger into three paths: the path of illusion, the path of allegorical interpretation, and the path of denial of knowledge. The people of illusion are the philosophers and esotericists who claim that he imagined things with no inner reality, and that the essence of prophethood to them lies in illusion. The path of allegorical interpretation is that of the speculative theologians from the Jamiyah, the Mu'tazila, and their followers who say, 1. Naba ibn Muhammad ibn Mahfuz al-Qurashi al-Dimashqi al-Sufi, the Sheikh of the Bayaniya group, D 551 AH, refer to Irshad al-Arib, 2742, and Al-Siyar, 2326. 2. He dedicated a section in al-Ghazali's biography in Tabakat al-Shafi'iyyah, 1 252, to clarify what was objected to in his works and not accepted by the people of his school and others. 3. He affirmed Ibn al-Salah's statements in Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah, and the version of the Tabakat that reached us was selected by al-Nawawi. Refer to Shahr al-Isfahaniyah, 640. 4. Refer to Sayyid al-Katir, 483, and Al-Adab al-Shariyah by Ibn Mufli, 239. 5. In his book Ilam al-Ahya bi Aglat al-Ihya. Refer to Al-Muntazam, 17/125, and Talbis Iblis, 149, 256, 300, 312. 6. Al-Muwafaq ibn Qudama. 7. Such as Al-Qadi Iyad in Mujam Shuyuk, Abi Ali al-Sadafi, not extant, see Al-Gunya 194, and Faras al-Faharis 618, quoted by al-Dahabi in Al-Siyar 19327. Also Abu Nasr al-Kushairi, and the followers of his father Abu al-Qasim and his household, Abu al-Hasan ibn Shukr, Ibn Hamdin al-Kutubi, al-Qudari al-Hanafi, Mahmud al-Khwarazmi, and Yusuf al-Dimashqi. Refer to Al-Nubuwat 392, Al-Safadiyya 1210, 212, 250, Dar al-Ta'arud 6/240, Bugyat al-Murtad 281, Shahr al-Isfahaniyya 640, 643, Al-Rad ala al-Shadhili 41, and Majmu al-Fatawa 9/253. Philosophers also criticized him for adhering to Islam and not aligning with them, such as Ibn Rushd in Tahafut al-Tahafut 416 and Fasl al-Makal 5052, Ibn Tufail in Hay ibn Yaqzan 79, Ibn Sabin in Bud al-Arif 144, 145, and Ibn Hud as in Dar al-Ta'arud 6/241. 8. Refer to Al-Hamawiyah 277, Dar al-Ta'arud 1/819, Al-Jawab al-Sahi 6/519, and Majmu al-Fatawa 16/440. 9. Their discussion will follow pp 144, 147, 225, 228. Book 96. Verily, that which he, one, has uttered bears interpretations that diverge from its apparent meaning and the understanding derived thereof. Though he did not clarify his intent, nor expound the truth that must be believed, his purpose was that this ambiguity should stir the mind to inquiry, so that people might discern the truth through their own intellects. They would strive to interpret his words in alignment with their own views, thereby earning reward for such endeavour. Thus his aim was not to elucidate, guide, or instruct, but rather to obscure and confound. He did not reveal the truth to them so that they might attain it through their own reasoning, too, realizing thereafter that his speech was never meant for clarity. They would then deem their state of knowledge in its absence superior to their state in its presence, and those forebears, such as Ibn Sina and his ilk, denounce these interpretations, asserting that his words are abundant and explicit, admitting no reinterpretation. Yet they claim his intent was to weave illusion, leading people to believe in matters contrary to their reality. As for the third faction, 3, who profess to follow the way of the righteous predecessors, they declare that he, 4, knew not the meaning of the verses revealed to him, nor did his companions grasp their import. Indeed, the implication of their stance is that he himself was ignorant of the meaning of the narrations concerning divine attributes, speaking words whose significance eluded him. Those who claim adherence to the path of the predecessors further assert 5, they knew not the meanings of the texts. Footnotes for LKB 97, 1, that is, the messenger of God, may peace and blessings be upon him. 2, the original text reads through their intellect, which is permissible and aligns with the preceding context. 3, these are the proponents of ignorance and delegation among the speculative theologians of the Asharite and Maturidi schools, and those influenced by them among those who affiliate with the Sunnah. 4, that is, the messenger of God, may peace and blessings be upon him. 5, the original text reads they say, and the correction provided is deemed more appropriate. SLKB 98. They utter such claims regarding the messenger, and this assertion is among the most baseless of claims. Among the foundations upon which they rely is their understanding of the divine words, and none knows its interpretation save God. Al-Amrani 7. They presume that interpretation refers to what they term as such, a meaning contrary to the apparent sense 1. Then these same individuals may say, the texts should be taken at their apparent meaning, though their interpretation is known only to God, by which they mean a meaning opposed to the apparent. Herein lies their contradiction. One group among them considers the apparent to be merely the wording of the texts. Both groups err in their comprehension of the verse, for the term interpretation has, due to the multiplicity of conventions, acquired two distinct meanings. 3. The first, interpretation, denotes the true essence to which the speech ultimately leads, even if it accords with its apparent sense. This is the meaning intended by interpretation in the book and the Sunnah, as in the divine words. Do they await anything but its fulfillment? On the day its fulfillment comes, those who had forgotten it aforetime will say, indeed the messengers of our Lord came with the truth. Al-Araf 53. Likewise, it is reflected in the saying of Aisha, may God be pleased with her. The messenger of God, may peace and blessings be upon him, would often say during his bowing and prostration, glory be to you, O God our Lord, and praise be to you. 1. O God, forgive me, thereby interpreting the Quran. 2. The second, interpretation, signifies explanation, a usage common among many exegetes. Thus, Mujahid, the Imam of the interpreters, stated that the firmly rooted in knowledge understand the interpretation of the ambiguous verses. 3, meaning their explanation and clarification, a knowledge possessed by the steadfast scholars. The third, interpretation, implies diverting the word from its apparent meaning, which it naturally conveys, 4, to a contrary sense due to an independent evidence necessitating such a shift. This form of interpretation invariably opposes the evident indication and clarification of the word. Footnotes for LKTB 98. 1. See Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyya, 6/130 seconds. 2. As in the original, and it has a basis in Arabic usage with parallels in the author's works. The standard form is 3. 3. See Al-Tadmuriyya, 91, Al-Hamawiyya, 287, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyya, 5/450 seconds, 8/260 seconds, Dar Ta'arud al-Aql wa al-Naql, 1/14, 206, 9/24, Al-Safadiyya, 1/288, Jami al-Masail, 3/171, 5/291, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 3/195, 5/35, 349, 7/37, 13/284, 16/408, 17/359, 368, LKB/99. Naming this latter form interpretation was not the custom of the righteous predecessors, rather it was so termed solely by a group of later scholars who delved into jurisprudence, its principles, and speculative theology. These individuals presumed that the divine statement, and none knows its interpretation save God, Al-Imran 7, refers to this meaning. Thereafter they diverged into two paths regarding this interpretation. One group claims that none knows it save God. Another group asserts that the firmly rooted in knowledge possess its understanding. Both groups are mistaken, for this form of interpretation in many or most cases falls into the realm of distorting words from their rightful places, akin to the interpretations of the Karmatians and the esoterics. This is the interpretation that the predecessors of the community and its imams unanimously condemned, decrying its proponents from every corner of the earth and casting fiery rebukes at their traces. 1. Imam Ahmad authored a treatise refuting these notions titled Refutation of the Heretics and Jahmites, concerning their doubts on the ambiguous verses of the Quran and their misinterpretations. 2, wherein he criticized them for explaining the Quran in ways contrary to its intended meaning. Neither Ahmad nor any of the Imams ever claimed that the Messenger was ignorant of the meanings of the verses and narrations concerning divine attributes, nor did they assert that the companions and their righteous successors lacked understanding of the Quran's exegesis and meanings. Footnotes for LKTB 99. 1. Plural of shihab, meteor or fiery projectile. Ibn al-Qayyim incorporated this expression in Al-Kafiyya, Al-Shafiyya, 1288. 2. Al-Dahabi in Al-Siyar, 11286, leaned toward considering it falsely attributed to Imam Ahmad, though he did not conclude definitively. The more likely view is its authenticity, upheld by prominent Hanbali scholars such as Al-Kalal, Qadi Abu Ya'la, Ibn Aqil, Ibn Taymiyyah and others. See Ibn al-Qayyim's defense of its attribution and refutation of detractors in Ijtima al-Juyush al-Islamiyya, 305, 306, 318, 320, LKB 100. How could they, when God has commanded contemplation of his book, declaring, "A blessed book which we have revealed to you, that they might reflect upon its verses," Sad 29, without specifying some of its verses, and he said, "Do they not reflect upon the Quran?" Al-Nisa 82, and "Have they not reflected upon the Word?" Al-Mu'minun 68, alongside other texts that illuminate God's desire for his Quran to be pondered in its entirety, made as a light and guidance for his servants. It is unimaginable that such a book could bear meanings beyond comprehension. Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Sulami narrated, "Those who taught us the Quran, such as Uthman ibn Affan and Abdullah ibn Masud, told us that whenever they learned 10 verses from the Prophet, may peace and blessings be upon him, we would not move beyond them, 1, until we had mastered the knowledge and practice contained therein." They said, "Thus we learned the Quran, knowledge and action together." 2. These matters are elaborated elsewhere. 3. Footnotes for LKTB 100. 1. As in the original, transitioning to their direct statement. 2. Narrated by Ibn Sa'd in Al-Tabaqat, 6/172. Muhammad ibn Wada in Al-Bida, 276, Al-Faryabi in Fada'il al-Quran, 169, and others with a sound chain through Hamad ibn Zayd from Atta ibn al-Sa'ib from Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Sulami. Hamad heard from Atta before the latter's confusion. Also narrated by Al-Tahawi in Mushkil al-Athar, 483-84, through Sufyan and Hammam ibn Yahya from Atta, both of whom heard from him before his confusion and through other routes from Atta. 3. C. Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyya, 8/215-261, Majmu al-Fatawa, 17/356-433, and the previously cited sources on the meanings of interpretation, LKTB 101. The intent here is that whoever speaks of the Messenger and his elucidation to the people in terms akin to the utterances of the heretics, how then can such a one claim to follow the predecessors while contradicting both the Messenger and the righteous forebears in his own view and that of his faction? For he has openly espoused the deniers' claims, which the Messenger deemed unfit to reveal due to the corruption they engender in people. Yet, in the sight of the people of knowledge and faith, this is not so. The assertions of the deniers are false, inwardly and outwardly, and the Messenger, may peace and blessings be upon him, and his followers stand exonerated from such claims. Indeed, he passed from this world, leaving us upon the clear white path, its night as luminous as its day, from which none strays save the doomed. He informed us that all innovations arising after him are deviations, every deviation a misguidance, and every misguidance leads to the fire, 1. At times, some speculative theologians, 2, recite the verse of Majnun Bani Amir, 3. Each claims connection to Layla, yet Layla acknowledges none of their claims. If one speaks poetry that embodies wisdom, or cites a verse in affirmation of an evident truth, it may be deemed fitting. However, to substantiate a claim merely with rhymed words, whether poetry or otherwise, prompts the rejoinder, one must demonstrate that the predecessors do not affirm those who attribute themselves to them. Footnotes for LKTB 101, 1. Narrated by Al-Nasa'i, 1578, authenticated by the author in Ibtal al-Talil, 119. See also Iqtida al-Sirat al-Mustaqim, 2/88. The core of the hadith is in Sahih Muslim, 867, excluding the phrase, "and every misguidance is in the fire," which some contemporary hadith scholars deemed anomalous. The author refuted it in terms of meaning elsewhere, stating, "He did not say, 'and every misguidance is in the fire,' for one who seeks the truth and strives for it but fails may not be punished. He may perform some of what is commanded and earn reward for his effort, while his error, in which he strayed from the reality, is forgiven." Many of the striving predecessors and successors said or did what constitutes innovation without realizing it, due to weak narrations they believed to be authentic. Majmu al-Fatawa, 1991. 2. This refers to Al-Izz ibn Abd al-Salam, as will be mentioned later, p. 206. 3. I have not found this verse attributed to him in early sources, LKTB 102. This is evident in what he, one, and others have stated regarding the predecessors, claims they never uttered, nor were they transmitted by anyone with true knowledge of their condition and fairness in reporting. For a transmitter must be both knowledgeable and just. Even if it were supposed that someone conveyed the doctrine of the predecessors as these claim, such a person would either lack deep acquaintance with their legacy, such as Abu al-Ma'ali, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, Ibn al-Khatib, too, and their like, who possess no significant knowledge of hadith to be counted even among the general practitioners of this field, let alone its specialists. None among them knew al-Bukhari or Muslim and their narrations, except by hearsay, as the common folk do. They could not distinguish between an authentic, widely transmitted hadith recognized by scholars of narration and a fabricated, false one. Their writings bear the clearest testimony to this, filled as they are with marvels. 3. Footnotes for LKTB 102. 1. That is Al-Izz. 2. Fakhr al-Din al-Razi. 3. The author states in Al-Tisiniyah, 923, "Consider that Abu al-Ma'ali's book, the pinnacle of his life's work, Nihayat al-Matlab fi Dirayat al-Madhab, contains not a single hadith attributed to Sahih al-Bukhari, save one concerning the Basmalah, Nihayat al-Matlab, 2/137, and even that hadith is not in al-Bukhari as he cited it. See also for the extent of his knowledge of hadith, Muntakab al-Manthur min al-Hikayat wa al-Su'alat by Ibn Tahir, 406, Al-Ansab by al-Sam'ani, 3/386, Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah by Ibn al-Salah, 1/230, Shah Mushkil al-Wasit by him, 6/529, al-Siyar, 18/471, Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah by al-Subki, 6/151, and al-Talqis al-Habir, 1/65, 161, 256, 275, 2/19, 50, 61, 3/92, 201, 4/26, 57, 84, 183. As for al-Ghazali, his case is more evident, and the scholar's criticism of him in this regard is well known. He admitted in Qanun al-Tawil 16 that his expertise in hadith was meagre. His books are replete with fabricated and baseless narrations. Al-Subki, in Tabakat 6/287-389, dedicates a lengthy section to narrations in Ihya Ulum al-Din lacking chains of transmission. He follows his teacher Abu al-Ma'ali al-Juwayni in legal narrations and mimics his errors. C. Al-Talqis al-Habir, 1/197, 222, 283, 348, 422, 496, 2/123, 3/74, 79, 88, 93, 177, 4/288. Ibn Hajar, in 2/40, notes, after mentioning an error he followed his teacher in, "This indicates their mutual neglect of hadith." Likewise, Fakhr al-Din al-Razi was a stranger to the science of hadith, showing neither interest nor authorship in its narration or jurisprudence. C. Bayan Talbis al-Jamaya, 6/98, 338, 8/169, LKTB 103. You will find that the majority of those who diverge from the paths of the predecessors, whether speculative theologians or mystics, acknowledge this, either at the moment of death or before it. The anecdotes concerning this are numerous and well known. Behold Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, who spent 40 years defending Mutazilite doctrine in debate, only to renounce it and vehemently declare their misguidance, exerting himself in refutation of them. And behold Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, with his profound intellect and piety, his mastery of theology and philosophy, and his pursuit of asceticism, discipline, and mysticism, who returned to the way of the people of Hadith. 1. Authoring Iljam al-Awaman, Ilm al-Kalam, restraining the common folk from speculative theology. 2. And behold Al-Razi in his book on the categories of pleasures, who said, I have contemplated the theological and philosophical paths, yet found them neither to heal the afflicted nor quench the thirsty. I saw the nearest path to be that of the Quran. I read in affirmation, the most merciful is established upon the throne, Taha 5. To him ascends goodly words, and righteous deeds raise them, Fatir 10. And I read in negation, there is nothing like unto him, Al-Shura 11. They encompass him not in knowledge, Taha 110. Do you know of any equal to him? Maryam 65. Then he said, whoever experiences what I have experienced will know what I know. 1. Footnotes for LKTB 103. 1c Data Arud al-Aql wa al-Naql 162nd. Text within brackets here and elsewhere are editorial additions, not in the original, due to evident omissions or disorder in the manuscript. These have been adapted from other sources with slight modifications for coherence, omitting what could not be verified in the author's other works. Sheikh Sulaiman al-Sani remarked, seeing this page marred by omissions, distortions and misattributions, I recognize this as undoubtedly the work of scribes. Since these statements and their authors are well documented in the works of Sheikh al-Islam Taqi al-Din Ahmad Ibn Taymiyyah, may God have mercy on him, such as Minhaj al-Sunnah al-Nabawiyah, Bayan Muwafakat Sari al-Makul li Sahih al-Mankul, Kitab al-Nubuwat, al-Fatwa al-Hamawiyah and others, as well as al-Sawa'iq al-Mursala ala al-Jamiyya wa al-Mu'atila and Ijtima al-Juyush al-Islamiyya by Shams al-Din ibn al-Qayyim, I have transferred them accurately, placing added text within square brackets. 2. The statement appeared in the original after Al-Razi's verses, a scribal error. In the conclusion of a manuscript of Iljam al-Awam from Shahid Ali Library, 1712, it is noted that Al-Ghazali completed its composition in early Jumada al-Akhira, 505 AH, shortly before his death. See Mu'allafat al-Ghazali by Abd al-Rahman Badawi, 231, LKTE 104. He frequently recited, too, the utmost daring of intellects is but a fetter, and most endeavours of the worldly are misguidance. Our souls languish in estrangement from our bodies, and the sum of our worldly gain is but harm and woe. From a lifetime of inquiry we gained naught but the gathering of the said, and it was said. And behold Imam al-Haramain, who abandoned the doctrines he once upheld and defended, choosing the path of the predecessors. He would say, O my companions, do not engage in speculative theology. Had I known it would lead me to where it has, I would never have pursued it. 3. Likewise Al-Sharastani, who would chant 4, By my life I have roamed through all abodes of learning, casting my gaze across those lofty landmarks, yet I saw naught but a bewildered hand upon a chin, or a remorseful tooth struck in regret. Footnotes for LKTB 104. 1. Aqsam al-Ladhat, 263, Leiden edition, conveys the same meaning with slight variations in wording. See also Tariq al-Islam, 13 142, 144, Al-Siyar, 21 500 first, Tabakat al-Shafi'iyya by al-Subki, 891st, and Ibn Kathir, 2718th, 2. These verses are among his well-known poetry attributed to him in Aqsam al-Ladat, 262. See also Irshad al-Arib, 2590, Uyun al-Anba, 1468, Wafayat al-Ayan, 4250th, Al-Badr al-Safir by al-Adfuwi, 2 folio 140, and others. 3. C. Muntakab al-Manthur min al-Hikayat wa al-Su'alat by Muhammad ibn Tahir, 416, 417, with my verification, where I responded to al-Subki's claim of falsehood regarding this narration and his assertion of the narrator's ignorance. 4. Mentioned in Nihayat al-Iqdam, 3, and al-Milal wa al-Nihal, 173rd without attribution. They are attributed to him Ibn Sina and Ibn Bajjah. See Wafayat al-Ayan, 2 161st, 4 274ths, Athar al-Bilad by al-Kazwini, 398, Al-Wafi bi al-Wafayat, 12 408ths, LKP 105, and behold Ibn al-Farid, among the later proponents of unionism, author of the renowned Tayyiya Ode known as Nazm al-Suluk 1, in which he wove the doctrine of union with exquisite wording 2. His poetry is more vile than swine's flesh served on a golden platter. How apt is its renaming as Nazm al-Shukuk, Verses of Doubts. God alone knows its essence and the perils it harbours. It gained immense popularity, with the people of his era extolling its beauty and excusing the unionism it contains 3. Yet as death approached, he recited 4. If my station in love with you is as I have endured, then indeed I have squandered my days. A hope my soul once seized for a time, today I reckon it but the fragments of dreams. Thus, among the pillars of faith is that God steadies the servant with the steadfast word in this worldly life and the hereafter, as he declares, "Have you not considered how God sets forth the parable of a goodly word like a goodly tree, whose root is firm and whose branches reach into the sky?" 24. It yields its fruit at all times by the permission of its Lord, and God sets forth parables for mankind that they may reflect. 25. And the parable of an evil word is like an evil tree, uprooted from above the earth, having no stability. 26. God steadies those who believe with the steadfast word in the life of this world and in the hereafter. And God leads astray the wrongdoers, and God does what he wills. 27. Ibrahim 24, 27. Footnotes for LKB 105, 1. In his Diwan 31, 82, with numerous commentaries. See Kashf al-Zunan 1 266. 2. Unclear in the original, it may read conforming to the language, but the provided correction better suits the intent. Elsewhere the author states, his poetry in terms of craft is excellent, yet as it is said, swine's flesh on a Chinese platter. Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 472. These unionists offer people the drink of disbelief and atheism in the vessels of God's prophets and saints. Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 360. See also Al-Kawakib al-Duriyya fi Tarajim al-Sufiya by Al-Manawi, 2 421. 3. Original, with what? T. And taking pride in what? Both are distortions. See Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 297, 367, 379, Al-Mustadrak ala al-Fatawa, 139, Nuzhat al-Anam by Ibn Dakhmak, 71. 4. The two verses are in his Diwan, 138, and the anecdote is in Nuzhat al-Anam by Ibn Dakhmak, 72, LKTB 106. The word is the root of belief, for belief is the word a person holds in their heart. The most sublime of words and beliefs is the declaration of divine unity and the conviction that there is no God but God. The vilest of words, and beliefs, is the word of polytheism, associating partners with God, a falsehood devoid of reality. Thus, he said, having no stability, Ibrahim 26. Hence, whenever a seeker probes or a doer acts upon these vile words and beliefs, they only grow in misguidance and distance from the truth, gaining awareness of their falsehood too, as God declares, "As for those who disbelieve, their deeds are like a mirage in a desert. The thirsty one thinks it to be water until when he comes to it he finds it nothing and finds God before him, who will pay him his due, and God is swift in reckoning." 39. Or like darknesses in a fathomless sea, covered by wave upon wave, above which are clouds, darknesses, one above another. When he stretches out his hand, he can hardly see it, and he for whom God has not appointed light, for him there is no light. Al-Nur 39:40. Thus he presented two parables. 3. Footnotes for LKTB 106. 1. As in the original, varying between contexts, likely a scribal variation. 2. The seeker grows in awareness of their falsehood, while the doer increases in misguidance and distance from the truth. 3. C. Bayan Talbis al-Jahmiyyah, 5 267, Dar Ta'arud al-Aql wa al-Naql, 1 169, 7 285, Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyin, 435, Al-Jawab al-Sahih, 219th, Majmu al-Fatawa, 7/277, 10/101st, Jami al-Masail, 1/134th, LKTB-107. The first, the parable of disbelief and compound ignorance, which its possessor believes to be real, yet it is but an illusion, like a mirage. The heart, 1, thirsts for truth as the body thirsts for water. When it seeks what it presumes to be water, it finds it a mirage, and finds God before it, who settles its account, and God is swift in reckoning. Such is the state, too, of most who stray from the Sunnah and the community. The second, the parable of disbelief and simple ignorance wherein no truth is discerned, nor guidance perceived. Compound disbelief entails the simple, and every disbelief inherently involves compound ignorance. Thus he presented these two parables to elucidate the state of corrupt belief and the absence of knowing the truth. 3. Resembling the condition of those upon whom wrath is incurred and those who are astray, the state of one obstinate in falsehood until punishment befalls, and the state of the lost who sees not the path of guidance. So we beseech God the Exalted to steady us with the steadfast word in this worldly life and the hereafter, and to grant us adherence to the Book and the Sunnah. Among the examples of this, 4, is what many followers of sheikhs and mystics attribute to sincere sheikhs, falsehoods and impossibilities, or it may be ambiguous statements they misinterpret, or errors and slips of certain sheikhs, or sins and mistakes of some, such as the many innovations and immoralities some commit with plausible or implausible justifications. These may be pardoned, or they may repent, or they may have good deeds that atone for them, or afflictions that expiate their sins. Or it may be the words of those who mimic God's saints through displays of asceticism, worship, and rhetoric. 1. Though they are not among God's pious saints, but rather among the ignorant, oppressive transgressors or hypocrites or disbelievers. Footnotes for LKTB 107. 1. Original, and the truth, corrected as above. 2. Original, and for this, an error corrected in T. 3. Original, the state of not knowing the state of the truth, a scribal error. 4. An essential addition for coherence. A similar instance follows. 1. Altered in T to stations. Both are plausible. LK 108. Such is abundant, filling the world. 2. You find every group claiming exclusive access to secrets and realities beyond even the claims of the messengers, asserting these belong to their elite, to be met only with submission. They justify this with fabricated narrations and false interpretations, such as their claim regarding Umar. The Prophet, may peace and blessings be upon him, would converse with Abu Bakr on matters while I was like a stranger between them. 3. Thus, they portray Umar alongside the Prophet and his closest companion as an outsider, though present and hearing the discourse. Then, one of them claims to know this through what was cast into his heart. Each asserts that this is the essence of their falsehood and deceit. 4. Footnotes for LKTB 108, 2. This expression appears in Bayan Talbis al-Jahmiyyah 1419th and later Poi 338. 3. A fabricated report with no basis, unanimously rejected by scholars of knowledge. See Bugyat al-Mutad 322, Minhaj al-Sunnah 842, Ahadith al-Qusas 61, Majmu al-Fatawa 2/216, 5/170, 6/579, 11/54, 13/253, 18/339, 377. 4. This alludes to what Al-Ghazali references in his books about divine unveiling and illumination cast into the heart, as noted earlier, p91, LLKTB 109. Were I to enumerate the categories 1 in this regard, it would be lengthy. Among them are those who compose odes for their sheikh, calling them the companion of the Quran. 2. Finding greater ecstasy and joy in their content than in the Quran itself, though they are replete with lies and misguidance. Among them are those who craft odes of unionism, claiming to be the creator of all creation, to have fashioned the heavens and the earth, and to be worthy of prostration and worship. 3. Among them are those who describe the Lord in their poetry with attributes drawn from fabricated narrations of anthropomorphism, embodiment, and similitude, blatant falsehoods and explicit disbelief, such as eating, drinking, walking, embracing with him, descending to the earth, or sitting in earthly gardens, and the like. 4. Footnotes for LKTB 109. 1. That is, categories of those claiming exclusive access to secrets and realities. In T, categories of false claims. The author sometimes uses categories without specification in similar contexts. See Jamie al-Rasail, 232, earlier, p. 22, and later, p. 322. 2. Janiba refers to a spare mount led alongside, not ridden, used when the primary mount tires. In their view, these odes accompany the Quran, and they may even turn to them, deeming them sufficient. They also term Janib a servant journeying to God with provisions. See Lata'if Ali Lamfi Isharat al-Ilham by Al-Kashani, 1326. 3. As in Ibn al-Farid's Nazm al-Suluk. See Al-Jawab al-Sahih, 499, Majmu al-Fatawa, 7596, 11248. 4. As with Al-Halaj. See his Diwan, 130, Majmu al-Fatawa, 288, 311. LCKB 1110. Each of them considers such notions among the treasured secrets and guarded knowledge reserved for the elite of God's pious saints. Among the examples of this, you find among the Rafidites, the Shiites, and those who draw from them, claims of esoteric knowledge and realities, whether religious sciences or knowledge of future events, allegedly derived from the household of the Prophet. These they regard as the most exalted matters to be concealed and believed without grasping their true essence. All of this is fabricated lies and invented falsehoods, for this faction is among the most prolific in deceit, 1, and claims of hidden knowledge, 2. Hence, the esoterics and Qarmatians are affiliated with them. The earliest of these emerged in the time of the commander of the faithful, Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, and began claiming he was endowed with secret knowledge and a designated succession. When his closest companions inquired about this, he denied it. Upon learning such claims were made, he would address the people from the pulpit, refuting them. The compilers of the authentic collections have transmitted Ali's words in this regard through multiple chains, as in Sahih al-Bukhari 3, where Abu Juhayfa said, I asked Ali, do you possess something not found in... Footnotes for LKB 110, 1. C. Minhaj al-Sunnah, 157, 59, 66, 287, 301, 467, 373, 4 121st, 5 160ths, 6 427ths, 7 193rds, 8 304ths, Iqtida al-Sirat al-Mustaqim, 2 281st, Dar Ta'arud al-Aql wa al-Naql, 7 91st, Majmu al-Fatawa, 4 471st, 517, 13 263rds, 27 175ths, 35 184ths, 2. C. Minhaj al-Sunnah, 4 126ths, 3. Sahih al-Bukhari, 111, 6903, 6915. The Book, 113. In the quest for divine truth, a voice once inquired, do you possess aught of revelation beyond what lies enshrined in the Quran? To which the response came, resolute and solemn, nay, by him who split the seed and breathed life into the soul, we hold naught save what is in the Quran, save for an understanding that God bestows upon a man regarding his book and what is contained in this parchment. I asked further, and what is in this parchment? He replied, it speaks of reason, the ransom of the captive, and the decree that a Muslim shall not be slain for an unbeliever. In the narration of Al-Bukhari, the question echoes anew. Do you have aught of revelation save what is in the Book of God? And the answer resounds, nay, by him who split the seed and breathed life into the soul, I know of naught save an understanding God grants to a man concerning the Quran. In the revered collections of the two Sahihs, through Ibrahim al-Taymi from his father, tracing back to Ali, may God be pleased with him, in a chain deemed among the most authentic upon the face of the earth, it is said, "We possess naught save the book of God and this parchment from the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, wherein it is written, Medina is a sanctuary from heir to Thor." In a narration by Muslim, it is recounted that Ali ibn Abi Talib addressed us, declaring, "Whoever claims we have a book to recite beyond the book of God, and what is in this parchment, suspended in the scabbard of his sword, has indeed lied. Within it are the ages of camels and matters of wounds. And in it the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, declared, Medina is a sanctuary." And so the narration continues. As for the falsehoods and secrets they attribute to Jafar al-Sadiq, they are among the most abundant of fabrications, such that it is said, "No one has been lied about as much as Jafar, may God be pleased with him." Reason refers to the compensation borne by the rational kin for accidental homicide. Ransom of the captive pertains to the ruling on freeing a prisoner from the enemy's grasp and encouraging such an act. 2. Reference, Sahih al-Bukhari, 3047. 3 references, Sahih al-Bukhari, 3172, 3179, 6755, 7300, Sahih Muslim, 1370. 4. I have not found this chain mentioned among the most authentic, and it remains a matter of scholarly discretion. 5. Ages of camels refers to what is taken as blood money in camels, and wounds pertains to the compensations due for injuries. 6. The original text reads, "Greater but more abundant is more fitting to the context." 7. C. Minhaj al-Sunnah, 2 464, 454, 7 534, Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 217, 35 183, Tariq al-Islam, 3 838, In Rijal al-Kashi, 216, and Bihar al-Anwar, 2 246. Jafar, may God be pleased with him, said, "People have become enamored with lying about us." Numerous narrations echo this sentiment. The Book, 114. Among the fabrications attributed to him are manifold deceptions, including the book Al-Jafar, which they claim records future events written, as they allege, on the skin of a young goat. Likewise, the book Al-Bitaka, claimed by Ibn Ahlatan and others among the Maghrebi folk. See Tawil Mukhtalif al-Hadith by Ibn Qutaybah, 123, Muqaddimah by Ibn Khaldun, 5/50, Bada'i al-Silk by Ibn al-Azraq, 149, Abjad al-Ulum, 2 214, Tariq Adab al-Arab by al-Rafi'i, 2 120, Da'irat al-Ma'arif al-Islamiyya, 746. A book purportedly foretelling future events attributed to Jafar al-Sadiq and by some to Ali. May God be pleased with them both. See Bugyat al-Murtad, 321, 328, Dar al-Ta'arud, 526, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 8 136, 2 464, 454, 7 534, 8 10, 28, Majmu al-Fatawa, 11 55. 10. Variant readings suggest al-Hili or Ajla, both deemed corruptions. The correct name is Muhammad ibn Ali ibn Allah al-Ansari, Abu Abdullah, an Andalusian prince, philosopher and mystic of the unity of existence doctrine. He followed the path of al-Shudiyah through Ibn al-Mara, Abu Ishaq ibn Darq, and was a proponent of its deviant creed. He authored works on theology and exegesis according to his methodology, garnering followers and leadership. He passed away in 645 AH. His biography is detailed by Ibn al-Zubayr al-Garnati in Silat al-Sila, 391-395, who was well acquainted with his affairs. Warnings against him appear in Abu Hayyan's Al-Bar al-Muhit, 210, and Zarruq's works Qawaid al-Tasawwuf, 273, and Udat al-Murid al-Sadiq, 246. See also Al-Maghrib fi Hili al-Maghrib, 276, Al-Dailwa al-Takmila, 6th volume 436-439, Al-Hulat al-Siyara, 314, Al-Iqdid al-Thamin, 5 330, Al-Alam, 6 282, Ibn Sabin wa Falsafatuhu al-Sufia by Abu al-Wafa al-Taftazani, 455, the book, 115, and such as the book Al-Jadwal concerning the crescent moon, Al-Haft attributed to Jafar, and much of the exegesis of the Quran, alongside other fabrications. 11. A chart relying on numerical calculations rather than citing for the crescent moon, adhered to by some Ismailis and Shiites who claim Jafar al-Sadiq entrusted it to them. The author states, "None brought this forth save Abdullah ibn Muawiyah, and there is no disagreement among the knowledgeable, whether Shiite or otherwise, that this is a fabricated lie against Jafar." C. Majmu al-Fatawa, 25 133, 179, 183. Abdullah ibn Muawiyah ibn Abdullah ibn Jafar ibn Abi Talib was a generous poet seeking the caliphate, though his religious creed was deemed unsound by Ibn Hazm as atheistic. See Lisan al-Mizan, 5/18, and sources of his biography. Among the Shiites who refuted him was Ibn Zahra al-Halabi, d. 585 AH, in Gunyat al-Nuzu, 132. 12. A text of the Ismailis, narrated by al-Mufaddal ibn Umar al-Jufi from Jafar, disavowed by the 12 Shiites, published by Arif Tamir in 1960 and Mustafa Ghalib in 1964, both advocates of Ismaili heritage. 13. Including many sayings and allusions attributed to him by Abu Abd al-Rahman al-Sulami in Haqaiq al-Tafsir. C. Al-Istiqamah, 191st, Bugyat al-Murtad, 328, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 454ths, 811ths, 43, Majmu al-Fatawa, 217ths, the book, 116, and akin to the book Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa, composed by a group during the reign of the Buyids in Baghdad, who were of the philosophizing Sabians masquerading as Hanifs. They claimed to blend the altered religion of the Sabians with the true faith, intermingling philosophical discourse with elements of the Sharia. Yet within it lies much disbelief and ignorance. Astonishingly, a faction among the people, including some prominent judges of the regions, assert that it is the work of Jafar al-Sadiq. Such a claim is the utterance of a heretic and the slander of an ignoramus. Likewise, what some common folk narrate of the prophecies of Ibn Aqib, claiming he was a teacher to al-Hasan and al-Husayn. This is a notion devoid of existence by the consensus of the learned. 14. The author elaborates on the origin, methodology and creed of the authors of these epistles in numerous works. See Al-Safadiyya, 1/2, 237-255, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 2 474ths, 5 268ths, 280, Al-Nubuwat, 1 403rd, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 2 466ths, 455ths, Bugyat al-Murtad, 180, 199, Shar al-Isfahaniyya, 462, 647, 723, Dar al-Ta'arud, 5/10, 6/242, Al-Jawab al-Sahi, 5/37, Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyin, 444, 487, 509, Al-Rad ala al-Shadhili, 39, 145, 184, Jami al-Rasail, 1 168th, Majmu al-Fatawa, 4 259ths, 314, 346, 6 181st, 547, 936, 11 571st, 12 23rds, 13 249ths, 17 333rds, 18 336ths, 27 175ths, 32 233rds, 35 134ths, 153. Further discourse is found in Al-Imta wa Al-Mu'anasa by Abu Hayyan, 2 quarters, Ikhbar al-Ulama bi Akhbar al-Hukama by Al-Kifti, 108, Dairat al-Ma'arif al-Islamiyah, 1527th, and works by Umar al-Dusuki and Jabur Abd al-Nur on Ikhwan al-Safa. 15. As it was composed over 2 centuries after his death. See Minhaj al-Sunnah, 2 465ths, 454ths, Majmu al-Fatawa, 11 581st, 35 183rds, Dar al-Ta'arud, 526, Bugyat al-Murtad, 329. 16. A corruption in the original text as Gandhab. He is Abdullah ibn Yasar, or Bashar in some sources, though Yasar aligns better with names of that era. Ibn Abi Aqib al-Laythi, later known as Yahya ibn Aqib among the masses, as in Kashif al-Zunun, 1818, and some manuscripts of his prophecies. A shrine was erected for him in Egypt under this name, as noted in al-Makrizi's Kitab, 386. Ibn Khalikan in Wafayat al-Ayan, 1245, names him Yahya ibn Abdullah ibn Abi al-Aqib. Some deny his existence, likening him to the fictional Majnun Layla, though he is more likely an early poet known for prophetic verses altered over time into a grand epic by the author's era. See Al-Bayan wa al-Tabyin, 228, Asma al-Muqtalin by Ibn Habib, 173, 269, Nawadir al-Maktutat, and other early sources. Works on him include Akbar ibn Abi Aqib wa Shiruhu by Al-Husayn ibn Muhammad ibn Ali al-Azdi, 4th century. See Al-Rijal by Ibn al-Gadairi, 47, Rijal al-Najashi, 154, Al-Dari'a ila Tasanif al-Shia, 1326. Also by Abu al-Fadl al-Kunawi. Malahim ibn Abi Aqib min al-Kutub alati haddara minha Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, published by Dar Adwa al-Salaf, 1426 AH, the book 117. His prophecies were crafted by ignorant souls during the era of Nur al-Din and akin times, mere corrupted verses woven by a fool. Likewise, the majority of such prophetic narrations, whether in verse or prose, are falsehoods. In our own age, more than a few have been fabricated by judges and scholars. 17 c. Minhaj al-Sunnah, 182-183. Majmu al-Fatawa, 1155. 18. The original text reads woven by a fool, while a variant suggests indicating that its composer was ignorant. The book, 118. I confronted some among them who claimed antiquity for these fabrications, declaring, "Nay, it is you who authored them." And they confessed to their craft, admitting they had deceived certain Muslim rulers during the siege of Acre, as did others among judges and their ilk with other sovereigns. The realm of falsehood concerning cosmic events surpasses even that of religious matters, for those who prioritize worldly gain over faith are more eager for such tales. Though the pious too may yearn for them, their longing for religion remains stronger. Yet those driven by worldly ambition lack the discernment between truth and falsehood, the light of guidance that the faithful possess. Thus, liars abound in this domain, their deceptions flourish, vast wealth is squandered in vain, and countless souls perish in pursuit of power and dominion. They diversify their methods of deceit, at times relying on cosmic motions and divine forms, celestial orbits, stars, meteors, thunder, lightning, winds, and more. At other times, they invent motions and shapes of their own, such as geomancy, pebbles, barley, or casting lots with alphabets like Abjad, akin to the forbidden divinations of old. 19, such as the twitching of limbs. See Bugyat al-Murtad, 328, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 2464, 454, 7534, Majmu al-Fatawa, 11582, 35183. 20. The original text has a corruption as by hand. The author clarifies, as some cast lots with the trustworthy Abjad script, referring to a forbidden form of divination, not the lawful one. See Jami al-Masail, 170th, 7283, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 811th, Majmu al-Fatawa, 2367th, Madarij al-Salikin, 2462nd, Zad al-Ma'ad, 2405th, 5697th, the book 119. All that a man contrives through altering physical forms to extract knowledge of the unknown belongs to this forbidden genre, unlike the lawful, auspicious omen cherished by the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Such an omen occurs when one sets forth, trusting in God, and hears a kind word, strengthening his resolve. He loved the good omen and despised ill omens. For the good omen reinforces what one undertakes with God's permission and trust in him, while ill omens oppose this, and thus are disliked. Ill omens harm only those who heed them, for they injure their own souls, whereas the one who trusts in God remains unscathed. My intent is not to delve into the causes of their occasional accuracy or frequent errors, but to highlight their deliberate falsehoods, devoid of any true indication. 21, narrated by Ahmad, 8393, Ibn Majah, 3536, authenticated by Ibn Hibban, 6121, the Book 120. So too do many fabricate lies concerning righteous visions, which are a fragment, one of 46 of prophecy. Similarly, the jinn would mingle a single truth overheard from the heavens with 100 falsehoods. Thus, in Sahih Muslim's Muawiyah ibn al-Hakam al-Sulami recounts, "I said, O Messenger of God, I am newly emerged from ignorance, and God has brought Islam. Among us are men who visit soothsayers." He replied, "Do not go to them." I said, "Among us are men who take ill omens." He said, "That is something they find in their hearts. Let it not deter them." I said, "Among us are men who draw lines for divination." He said, "There was a prophet among the prophets who drew lines. Whoever matches his method, so be it." If even that which is a part of prophecy or news from the angels is tainted by deliberate falsehoods, how much more so that which is inherently unstable and lacks a firm foundation. Thus, you find most whose faith is corrupted entangled in cosmic falsehoods, such as the proponents of unity of existence. Ibn Arabi, in his Anka Mughrib, Dom 5 and other works, foretold numerous future events, the vast majority of which were lies, as did Ibn Sabin, 22. Narrated by Al-Bukhari, 6989, Muslim, 2263. 23. Narrated by Al-Bukhari, 3210, Muslim, 2228. 24. Reference, Sahih Muslim, 537. 25, published independently and within his epistles, 484, 162. The Book 121. Likewise, those who calculated the duration of this Ummah's existence through the numerical values of letters inherited from the Jews or through planetary motions inherited from the Sabians, such as Abu Nasr al-Kindisan and other philosophers, or those who spoke on Quranic exegesis through personal opinion or interpreted the events of ascetics, inclined toward Shi'ism. 26c. Majmu al-Fatawa, 13276, 17398, 399, 35 189, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 8276, 277, 27, corrected from the original as Abu Yusuf Yaqub ibn Ishaq, known as the philosopher of Islam, d. circa 260 AH. See Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyin, 199, Majmu al-Fatawa, 29 373, 35 189. His biography is in Al-Siyar, 12 337, Al-Lisan, 8 527, Al-Alam, 8 195, and related sources. 28. The original text reads Al-Razi, but the correction to personal opinion seems more accurate. Among them are Ibn Barjan, d. 536 AH, in Tanbi al-Afham, 4325, see Wafayat al-Ayan, 4230, Al-Bar al-Muhit, 159th, 8374, Lisan al-Mizan, 5 174, also Abu al-Hasan al-Harali, d. 637 AH, in Mizan al-Itidal, 3 114. See Tafsir ibn Kathir, 1 257, Al-Itkan fi Ulum al-Quran, 1381-1385. 29. As in the original, possibly a corruption of Al-Nas or Al-Baba, the author in Al-Rad ala al-Mantiqiyin, 480, mentions the Haranian Sabians have a prophet named Al-Baba with a scripture foretelling future events. This is Baba al-Rumi, mentioned in Shar al-Isfahaniyya, 331, Al-Jawab al-Sahi, 2 343, 3 500, 6 423, Al-Nubuwwate 168, 233, 497, Al-Furqan Bain Awliya Al-Rahman wa Awliya Al-Shaitan 114, killed in 638 AH as per Tariq al-Islam 1429, with accounts in Tariq Mukhtasar al-Duwal 251. The author notes some Sabians aligned with Shi'ism, particularly the Ismailis, entering heresy through this path. See Majmu al-Fatawa 12 353, 22 367, 25 179, Minhaj al-Sunnah 3 453, 8 258, the Book 122. I have witnessed among the followers of these factions those who claim such matters are hidden secrets and guarded knowledge. I engaged with many of them, swearing to them that these are fabricated lies with no basis in reality. I even sought to invoke a mutual curse with some, as their claims touched the very foundations of faith, stemming from the proponents of unity of existence, whose assertions are vast in their deviation. Their master, deemed the knower and ascetic of his age among them, was claimed to be the Messiah, who would descend not in body but through the spiritual essence of Jesus, peace be upon him, manifesting in him. They named his mother Mary, asserting he would unite the three faiths and appear in a perfection surpassing that of Muhammad and other messengers. Their pronouncements are among the gravest of abominations, too lengthy to recount fully. 30. C. Bugyat al-Murtad, 520, 522. 31 Ibn Hud, as in the reference source, described as, among the greatest of these unionists we have seen in asceticism, knowledge and discipline. He is Al-Hasan ibn Ali ibn Yusuf al-Mursi, a Sufi of the unity of existence doctrine, d. 699 AH. His biography is in Tariq al-Islam, 15904, Al-Ibar, 5397, Ayan al-Asr, 200, Al-Wafi, 12156, and others. Al-Makrizi in Al-Mukafa, 3428, notes, Shaykh al-Islam Ahmad ibn Taymiyyah frequently criticized and belittled him, strongly deterring people from him and issuing severe warnings. The Book, 123. What is astonishing is that these claimants to ultimate truths, both scientific and religious, who diverge from the Sunnah and the community, each justify their stance with fabricated or ambiguous narrations whose meanings they fail to grasp. Whenever they encounter a vague tradition, they interpret it to suit their views. Some rely on outright falsehoods, such as the alleged saying of Umar, "I was like a Negro," or tales of the secrets of the Ascension, claiming the people of the Sufa heard the divine colloquy unbeknownst to the Prophet. Upon his descent they informed him, and he asked, "Whence did you hear?" They replied, "We heard the address." When I clarified to a group who had become leaders and exemplars that this was a lie never created by God, I pointed out, the ascension, by the explicit text of the Quran and the consensus of Muslims, occurred in Mecca, while the Sufa was in Medina. How then could the people of the Sufa have been in Mecca? Similarly, their argument that the people of the Sufa fought alongside the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions against the polytheists when the latter prevailed, claiming they were with God, seeks to justify following events as they unfold, whether in obedience or disobedience to God, rendering the religion's ruling, as whatever transpires, akin to the polytheists who said, "If God had willed, we would not have associated others with him, nor would our fathers." Quran 6, 148. Such fabricated narrations are numerous, 32 previously discussed, p. 111. 33. See Dar al-Ta'arud, 527, Majmu al-Fatawa, 1154, 81, 165, 564, 24, 339, Jami al-Masail, 7, 461. 34. Referring to the polytheists' victory at Uhud or Hunain, see Minhaj al-Sunnah, 7, 432, 438, Al-Rad ala al-Shadhili, 72, Dar al-Ta'arud, 527, Majmu al-Fatawa, 8 349, 10 384, 11 47, 48, 53, 54, 79, 564, 598, 19 276, 24 339, Jamie Al-Masail, 296, 7 461, 35. The verse is from Surah Al-An'am, verse 148. The book, 124. As for ambiguous narrations, they cite the prohibition by some companions against divulging hidden knowledge, such as Ali, peace be upon him, saying, "Speak to people of what they know and leave what they deny. Do you wish for God and his messenger to be belied?" 36, or Abdullah ibn Mas'ud's statement, "No man speaks to a people of a matter beyond their comprehension except that it becomes a trial for some." 37, or Abdullah ibn Abbas on interpreting certain verses, "What prevents me from telling you its interpretation lest you disbelieve, and your disbelief would be in denying it?" 38. These narrations are true, yet each interprets what was left unspoken as the secrets and truths they claim. When unveiled, these often prove to be falsehood, disbelief, or hypocrisy. Even Abu Hamid in Minhaj al-Abidin II and elsewhere, along with his peers, cited verses attributed to Ali ibn al-Husayn, who reportedly said, "Oh, how many a jewel of knowledge! If I were to reveal it, they would say to me, 'You are among those who worship idols.' Muslim men would deem my blood lawful to spill, seeing as fair the ugliest of their deeds." 36. Narrated by Al-Bukhari, 127, excluding "leave what they deny," which appears in Al-Bayhaqi's Al-Madkhal ila al-Sunan, 610, and others. 37, narrated by Muslim in the introduction to his Sahih, 1/11 in meaning. 38, narrated by Ibn Jarir, 2378, Abu al-Shaykh in Al-Azamah, 256, 39. See Manahij al-Adillah, 133, Fasl al-Makal by Ibn Rushd, 35, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 115-119, Majmu al-Fatawa, 13-260. 40. A scribal error or corruption in the original as Minhaj al-Qasidin. The correct title is Minhaj al-Abidin, a known work attributed to Abu Hamid, though its authorship is disputed. The verses are found therein 50, with 2 additional lines suggesting they are from Ali ibn Abi Talib. May God be pleased with him. The correct title appears in Tabakat by Al-Subki, 231. Minhaj al-Qasidin by Ibn al-Jawzi is an abridgment of Ihya Ulum al-Din, mentioned by the author in Al-Tisiniyah, 791, and published. See Mu'allafat al-Ghazali, 234-355. 41 found in his Diwan, 19, Ikmal Tadib al-Kamal by Mughaltai, 9 303, attributed to some of al-Bayt in Tabakat al-Shafi'iyah by al-Subki, 2 231, to Kulthum ibn Amr al-Atabi in Tariq Baghdad, 14 517, and to al-Halaj in Shah Naj al-Balagha, 11 222. The book, 125. If these are the paths of those who claim profound insight and secret knowledge, straying from the Sunnah and the community, asserting that such religious or cosmic sciences are exclusive to them, believing in their ambiguities and complexities, claiming they have been granted the essence of worship and pure faith, denied to the early guardians of Islam, the preservers of faith and luminaries of the community, yet they dare not reject or deny them, despite the evident falsehood at times and its concealment at others, then know this. Reason and religion both dictate that the realm of prophethood and divine message is most entitled to every truth, knowledge, understanding, and insight into the secrets and inner realities of affairs. No believer disputes this, and our discourse here is with those who hold faith. If this be so, then the most knowledgeable of such matters are those closest to the messenger, most acquainted with his words and deeds, his movements and stillness, his comings and goings, his inner and outer states, those most informed of his companions, his life and his times, and those most diligent in seeking this knowledge and its transmitters. Book 126. And among them are those most devoted in faith, most steadfast in following, and most ardent in tracing the path of righteousness. These are the people of the Sunnah and Hadith, guardians of its legacy, deeply acquainted with its authentic and its weak, proficient in its jurisprudence, and blessed with an understanding bestowed by God himself in unravelling its meanings. Their faith is resolute, their affirmation unwavering, their obedience sincere, and their submission complete. They emulate and follow with a clarity of mind, a strength of reasoning, and a sharpness of discernment. Alongside this, they are adorned with profound insights and divine unveilings, for they are the most astute in perception, the most precise in analogy, the most sound in judgment, and the most truthful in vision and revelation. Does not one, with even the slightest glimmer of intellect and faith, recognize that these souls are most deserving of truth, knowledge, belief, and realization, far surpassing those who oppose them? Do they not see that these bearers of tradition possess a wisdom that the ignorant and the innovators deny? A wisdom that is the manifest truth? Indeed, it is the one ignorant of their way, the one who stands against them, who is mired in the dross of delusion and misguidance. This is a vast domain, one whose exposition stretches long, for the souls of men are woven with words and deeds too numerous to be encompassed save by the Lord of Majesty. Words are of two kinds, reports of truth and expressions of intent, such as commands and prohibitions. The most beautiful and truthful of all discourse is the Book of God. Its reports are the truest of reports, its elucidations the clearest of clarifications, its commands the wisest of decrees. As God declares, so in what message after God and his signs will they believe? Quran Al-Jathiyah 6. 2. And whosoever follows a saying or narrative, claiming it to be inspired or revealed to him, or fabricates and innovates something in opposition to the Quran, such a one is among the gravest of wrongdoers, steeped in oppression. Verse original text notes, the source reads Ayahu, which is an error. 2 original text notes, none provided for this verse, Book 127. Thus, when God the Exalted recounted the words of those who failed to honour him as he deserves, denying the revelation bestowed upon a mortal, he also spoke of those who liken themselves to him, claiming parity with the divine through 3 distinct falsehoods. Such a pretender either claims God has revealed to me or asserts, revelation has come to me, it was cast into my heart, it was spoken to me, without naming the speaker, or attributes the innovation to himself, declaring it to be of his own making. The essence of this restriction lies in this: either the agent is omitted or named. If named, it is either attributed to God or to the self. If attributed to the devils, it is rejected outright. If attributed to the angels, it falls under what is ascribed to God or what omits the agent. Thus God, the Exalted, proclaims, "And who is more unjust than one who invents a lie about God or says, 'It has been revealed to me,' while nothing has been revealed to him, or who says, 'I will reveal something like what God has revealed'?" Quran Al-An'am 93. 5. Reflect upon how God groups the first 2 claims together, those who attribute revelation to God and those who leave the source unnamed, for they are of the same ilk in claiming a form of divine communication. The third, however, stands apart, for it is the audacious claim to produce something akin to God's revelation. Hence, he says, "And who is more unjust than one who invents a lie about God or says," and then separately, or who says, "I will reveal something like what God has revealed." Thus, the fabricator of lies and the one who claims, "It has been revealed to me without truth," are bound under the first category, intertwined with the second. 3 original text notes, Surah Al-An'am 91. 4 original text notes, see Shah al-Isfahaniyah 694, Al-Nubuwat 901, and Al-Fatawa 12/25, 15/156, 35/143. 5. Original text notes, the source reads, "The one who made it a revelation from God and did not," which distorts the meaning. Book /128. These 3, who lay claim to a semblance of prophethood, follow those who outright deny prophethood. Together they encompass the foundational roots of disbelief, either rejecting the messengers or mimicking them, as did Musaylimah the liar and his ilk. These are the roots of innovation that we refute in this discourse. For those who oppose the Sunnah, reject portions of what the messenger, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, brought and set against his words, their own opinions, visions, or the like, as if they were equals. It has thus become clear that those who label these guardians of tradition and their imams as hashwiyah, superficial literalists, are themselves most deserving of every blameworthy epithet they utter. The imams of the Sunnah, on the other hand, are most worthy of every beneficial knowledge, profound realization, unveiling of truths, and exclusive mastery of sciences unknown to these ignorant deniers who oppose and belie God and his messenger. If the term hashwiyah is applied because they narrate hadiths without discernment, then those who oppose them are the greatest purveyors of baseless opinions and discourse whose validity is unknown, nay, whose falsehood is evident. And if it is because among them are common folk who lack discernment, then no faction among the dissenting groups is free of followers who are among the most ignorant and disbelieving of creation. Yet, the common folk of the Sunnah are the builders of mosques through their prayers, the devotees of remembrance and supplication, the pilgrims to the ancient house, the warriors in the path of God, and the exemplars of truthfulness, trustworthiness, and every good in the world. 6. Original text notes, meaning the people of Hadith, as mentioned earlier and as will follow. Original text notes, see for clarification of the term hashwiyah and its intended meaning, Bayan Talbis al-Jahmiyyah, 1421, 124-131, Dar Ta'arud al-Aql wa al-Naql, 7351, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 2500-2521, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 3185, 12176, Book 129. Thus, it is evident to you that the opponents are most deserving of every facet of blame, while the people of Sunnah are furthest from it. It is incumbent upon all creation to return to them in matters wherein God has distinguished them with the prophetic inheritance, a treasure found nowhere but with them. Moreover, it is necessary to examine those branded with this name and those who brand them, to determine who is more deserving of it. It is well known that this label has become notorious among the deniers, those suspected of heresy, as the scholars such as Abu Hatim and others have stated that a hallmark of the heretics is their naming of the people of Hadith as hashwiyah. We, however, speak with terms free of contention, such as affirmation and negation. 8 original text notes, the source reads biwujud, corrected in ta. 9 original text notes, in the margin of the source. In the copy of the 9th page it states that it is necessary, etc. 10 original text notes. See Asl al-Sunnah wa Aitikad al-Din by Ibn Abi Hatim, 173, Rawa'i al-Turath, Usul Itikad al-Sunnah by al-Lalakai, 1200-204, Ma'rifatulum al-Hadith by al-Hakim, 14, Akidat al-Salaf wa Ashab al-Hadith by al-Sabuni, 299, Al-Hujjah by Abu al-Qasim al-Taymi, 540ths, Al-Gunya by Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, 115th. Among the rare sources of Shaykh al-Islam is a portion by Ibn Darbas al-Shafi'i titled Tanzi Aimat al-Shari'ah an al-Alkab al-Shani'ah, where he cites the statements of the Salaf and others in this regard, a work not mentioned by others. See Al-Hamawiyah, 533, by Talbis al-Jahmiyyah, 1380th, Book 130. We say it is evident that this label stems from some people's naming of the people of Hadith, who affirm texts as they appear. Thus, the further one is from this path, the greater the blame they incur, as with the Karamita, then the philosophers, then the Mu'tazila. These groups deride with this term the theologians of attributes from among the Kullabiyah, Karamiyah, Ash'ariyah, jurists, Sufis, and others. Whosoever follows the texts and affirms them is branded by them with this name. Those who affirm intellectual attributes such as knowledge and power, while denying textual attributes and the like, label those who affirm textual attributes as hashwiyah, as do Abu al-Ma'ali and Abu Hamid Fens and their ilk. Abu al-Ma'ali's methodology was followed by Abu Muhammad XII in his jurisprudence and theology. though Abu Muhammad was more knowledgeable of hadith and more adherent to it than Abu al-Ma'ali, and more aligned with the schools of jurists. Abu al-Ma'ali, however, was more inclined to speculative theology, though they were comparable in their mastery of Arabic. These critics reproached their opponents either for compiling hadiths without distinguishing between the authentic and the weak, or for following hadith in matters of creed, deeming it a methodology of superficiality, since such matters are intellectual and hadith does not suffice for them, or for adhering to texts absolutely in theological discussions, considering this superficial as texts alone cannot fulfill such inquiries. 11 original text notes. Abu al-Ma'ali brands as hashwiyah anyone who, in his view, rigidly adheres to the apparent meaning, even labelling the Zahiri jurists and some grammarians with this, in addition to those he accuses of anthropomorphism. See Al-Burhan, 4045, 96, 315, 401, 545, 693, 695, 732. Likewise, his student Al-Ghazali in Al-Ihya, 139th, 4376, Al-Iqtisad, 947, and Mishkat al-Anwar, 73. 12. Original text notes, Al-Iz ibn Abdul Salam, and see what preceded p. 25, book 131. The matter, in essence, boils down to one of two issues, either doubt in the chain of narration or in the content itself, either because they attribute to the messenger what is not known to have been said by him, such as solitary narrations, and treat their implications as certain knowledge, or because they deem their understanding of a text as certain when it is not, due to the ambiguities inherent in linguistic evidence. There is no doubt that this is the mainstay of every heretic and hypocrite who seeks to invalidate the knowledge with which God sent his messengers. At times they say, "We do not know if they said this," and at others, "We do not know what they meant by this statement." When certainty regarding their words or their meanings is negated, no knowledge can be derived from them. Thus, such a one can freely propound his own notions, secure in the belief that he will not be challenged by the legacy of the prophets, for he has fortified himself with these twin spears, denying certainty of their words and their meanings, repelling the armies of the messengers, and striking at those who cite their authority. This in itself is the very essence of an assault on prophethood itself. Yet such a one may outwardly acknowledge the prophets' greatness and perfection, while refusing to accept knowledge from them. Thus, the messenger, in their view, is akin to a caliph given mere ceremonial coinage and pulpit mention, a name inscribed and uttered without any real command or prohibition to be obeyed. He possesses the form of leadership through such tokens, but lacks its substance. This state, though permitted by many rulers due to the incapacity of some caliphs to fulfill the duties of leadership in jihad and governance, as is often the case with deputies of governors due to the weakness or incapacity of their superior, results in a semblance of order through the precedence of the titled and the strength of his deputy. Or it may be driven by caprice and a desire for dominance for oneself or one's faction over those more deserving, following the path of usurpers through tyranny. 13. Original text notes. The source reads Al-Damihin, a corruption. The two spears are the denial of certainty in the prophet's words and meanings. 14. Original text notes. Meaning coins are struck in his name, and he is mentioned in sermons with praise and supplication. 15. Original text notes. See Jami al-Masail, 5 393, 394, book 132. It is evident that a believer in God and his messenger cannot permit himself to declare the message incapable of realizing and elucidating knowledge, such that affirming it while deriving divine knowledge from elsewhere becomes necessary for the rectitude of faith. Nor can he allow himself to overstep by placing his own knowledge and words before those of God and his messenger, nor to subject the message to rational interpretations, claiming this to be the perfection of religion, and that religion cannot be complete without it. At best, such a one may claim that the messenger knew that what he conveyed had interpretations and clarifications beyond the apparent meaning of his words, and that he refrained from explaining them because it was not feasible among those desert Arabs and their like, entrusting this to the intellects of later generations. This, indeed, is the reality, for the philosophers assert that the messengers were unable to clarify the truths, as revealing them would corrupt the masses, whose minds could not bear them. Some may say the messengers knew these truths, while others claim they did not, or even that they themselves know them better. Then they elucidate these truths through their own deductive methods. 16 original text notes. In the margin of the source it is noted that in a copy it states, "And only one with sickness and hypocrisy in his heart would do this." Book 133. Yet they fail to grasp that if knowledge of these truths is possible, it was possible for the messengers just as they claim it is for themselves. Otherwise, by their own admission, they have no means to attain it. Similarly, if expressing and clarifying knowledge through speech and writing is impossible, then they too cannot achieve it, though they speak and write their knowledge in books. And if it is possible, their claim that the messengers could not do so holds no weight. If they argue that such discourse is possible only with the elite and not the masses, which is indeed their stance, it is evident that the messengers' knowledge would be with their elite just as their own knowledge is with theirs. It is also clear that whoever is most acquainted with the speech, states, inner realities, and outward affairs of the one followed, and is most upright therein, is most deserving of being among their elite. Undoubtedly, the people of Hadith are the most knowledgeable of the Ummah and the most closely associated with the Messenger's knowledge and that of his elite, such as the rightly guided caliphs, the rest of the 10 promised paradise, and others like Ubay ibn Ka'b, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Mu'ad ibn Jabal, Abdullah ibn Salam, Salman al-Farisi, Abu Ad-Darda, Ubadah ibn as-Samit, Abu Dar al-Ghifari, Ammar ibn Yasir, and Hudayfa ibn al-Yaman. Likewise, figures such as Sa'd ibn Mu'ad, Usaid ibn Hudayr, Sa'd ibn Ubadah, Abad ibn Bishr, Salim the freedman of Abu Hudayfa, and others who were among the closest to the messenger, most knowledgeable of his inner affairs and most devoted to following him. 17. Original text notes. C. Al-Jawab as-Sahi, 6 349, Minhaj al-Sunnah, 7 422, Majmu al-Fatawa, 3 347, Book 134. Thus, the scholars of Hadith are the most knowledgeable of these companions and their inner affairs, and the most adherent to their way. Their knowledge is that of the messenger's elite and innermost circle, just as the elite of the philosophers know the knowledge of their leaders, the elite of the theologians know that of theirs, and the elite of the Karamita and Batinis know that of theirs. Likewise, the Imams of Islam 18, such as the leading scholars, for the elite of every Imam are most acquainted with his inner affairs. For instance, with Malik ibn Anas, Ibn al-Qasim, being the closest to him and most knowledgeable of his inner matters, was relied upon by his followers for his narrations. Even the issues of secrecy narrated by Ibn Abi al-Ghamar 19 were accepted despite some objections to the Ma. 18. Original text notes. The followed Imams. 19. Original text notes. Abu Zayd Abdul Rahman ibn Abi al-Ghamar, a trustworthy jurist among the companions of Ibn al-Qasim, d. 234, c. Tartib al-Madarik, 422, Tariq al-Islam, 5 864, Al-Thikat Miman Lam Yaka fi al-Kutub as-Sita, by Ibn Kutlubuga, 6 287. 20. Original text notes. Extensive details on the book Al-Sir, the secret and its authenticity debates among scholars are provided, which I have translated in full in the original style, but summarized here for brevity. The note discusses the controversy surrounding the book, its attribution to Malik, and various scholarly opinions on its validity. Book 135. Similarly, with Abu Hanifa, Abu Yusuf, Muhammad and Zufar were the most knowledgeable of him, as with others. It may be that a scholar writes a book or utters a statement, and one who did not directly hear it from him may understand his intent better than one who did, as the prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Perhaps one who conveys is more perceptive than one who hears." Yet, in any case, the conveyor must be among the elite who are deeply aware of the state of the one conveyed from. 21 Original Text Notes, narrated by Al-Bukhari, 1741. Book 136. It is firmly established in the minds of Muslims that the heirs of the messengers and the successors of the prophets are those who uphold the religion through knowledge, action, and calling to God and his messenger. These are the true followers of the messenger, akin to the pure, fertile earth that accepts water and brings forth abundant herbage and grass, purifying itself and purifying others through it. These are they who combine insight into the religion with strength in calling to it. Thus they are the heirs of the prophets, of whom God, the Exalted, said, "And remember our servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, those of strength and vision." Quran, Sa'd 45. 22. The strength is their power in God's command, and the vision is their insight into God's religion. Through insight, the truth is perceived and known. Through strength, it is conveyed, implemented, and called to. This class possessed the power of preservation, understanding, jurisprudence in the religion, and insight into interpretation. They caused rivers of knowledge to gush forth from the texts, extracting their treasures and being granted a unique understanding, as Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, said when asked if the messenger, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had singled them out with anything beyond others. No, by the one who split the seed and created the soul. Except for an understanding God grants a servant in his book. This understanding is like the herbage and grass that the earth brings forth, distinguishing this class from the second, who focused on preserving and safeguarding the texts. People came to them, received the texts with acceptance, derived and extracted their treasures, traded in them, sowed them in fertile ground, receptive to cultivation and growth, and drank from them, each according to their capacity. Indeed, every people knew their drinking place. Quran, Al-Baqarah 60, 25, 22, Original Text Notes. None provided for this verse. 23, Original Text Notes. Previously referenced, p. 114. 24, Original Text Notes. See Jami al-Masail, 126, 128. 25, Original Text Notes. None provided for this verse. Book 137. These are they of whom the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "May God brighten a person who hears my words, retains them, and conveys them as he heard them. For perhaps a bearer of understanding is not himself a jurist, and perhaps a bearer of understanding conveys to one more understanding than he." And here is Abdullah ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, the scholar of the Ummah and the interpreter of the Quran, whose direct hearings from the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, amount to less than 20 hadiths wherein he says, "I heard," or "I saw," Turret. Yet he heard much from the companions and was blessed with understanding and derivation from it. 26. Original Text Notes, narrated by Al-Tirmidhi, 2657. Ibn Majah, 232, Ahmad, 4157, Abu Nuaym in Al-Hilyah, 7331, and others from Ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him. Authenticated by Al-Tirmidhi, Ibn Hibban, 66, 68, 69, and Abu Nuaym. Narrated through numerous chains reaching the level of Tawatur, with Ibn Mas'ud's narration being the most authentic in this regard. See Sharf Ashab al-Hadith, 18. Muwafakat al-Khabar al-Khabar, 1364. Miftah Dar as-Sa'ada, 196. 27. Original Text Notes. Extensive references on the number of narrations by Ibn Abbas and scholarly disagreements on their count are provided, which I have translated in full in the original style, but summarized here for brevity. Book 138. Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm said, his fatwas were compiled into 7 large volumes, according to what reached the compiler, though Ibn Abbas's knowledge is like an ocean, and his jurisprudence, derivation, and understanding of the Quran are where he surpassed others. They heard what he heard, and memorized the Quran as he did, but his soul was of the purest soils, most receptive to sowing. He planted the texts therein, and they bore every noble pair. That is the favour of God. He grants it to whom he wills, and God is the possessor of great bounty. Quran, Al-Hadid, 21. 29. How distant are the fatwas, exegesis and derivations of Ibn Abbas from those of Abu Hurairah? Though Abu Hurairah was more preserving than he, indeed the preserver of the Ummah in absolute terms, delivering hadith as he heard it, studying it by night with diligence. His concern was preservation, and conveying what he preserved as he heard it, 30%, while Ibn Abbas's concern was directed toward jurisprudence, derivation, causing the text to burst forth with meaning, carving rivers from them, and extracting their treasures. To 28 original text notes corrects the number to 20 volumes as per Ibn Hazm's statement in other works. 29 original text notes, none provided for this verse. 30 original text notes clarifies that Abu Hurairah was also a jurist, but his primary focus was preservation compared to Ibn Abbas's focus on derivation. Extensive references are provided on Abu Hurairah's jurisprudential status. Book 139. Thus their heirs after them relied in their religion upon deriving from the texts, not upon philosophical fancies, speculative analogies, or other innovated opinions. Hence the circle of praise, true commendation, and immediate and ultimate reward belong to the heirs of the prophets, those who follow them in this world and the hereafter, for a person is upon the religion of his close companion. Say, if you love God, then follow me, and God will love you. Quran, Ale Imran 31. 31. In any case, they are the most knowledgeable of the Ummah concerning the hadith of the Messenger. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, his biography, his intents, and his states. By the people of hadith, we do not mean merely those who limit themselves to hearing, writing, or narrating it, but rather all who are most deserving of preserving it, knowing it, understanding it inwardly and outwardly, and following it inwardly and outwardly, as are the people of the Quran. 31 original text notes, none provided for this verse. 32 original text notes as in the source, though the norm is al-Muqtasirin. Book 140. The least of their virtues is their love for the Quran and hadith, their inquiry into them and their meanings, and their acting upon what they know of their implications. Thus the jurists of hadith are more acquainted with the Messenger than the jurists of others. Their Sufis are more adherent to the Messenger than the Sufis of others. Their leaders are more entitled to prophetic governance than others, and their common folk are more deserving of allegiance to the Messenger than others. It is evident that those who exalt philosophy and speculative theology, adhering to their contents, are furthest from knowing and following hadith compared to these. This is a tangible reality. Indeed, if you examine their states, you find them among the most ignorant of the Messenger's sayings, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, his states and the inner and outer aspects of his affairs, to the extent that many of the common folk are more knowledgeable of this than they. They do not distinguish between what he said and what he did not, nor between a widely transmitted hadith from him and a fabricated lie attributed to him. Rather, they rely on what aligns with their views, whether fabricated or not, turning away from hadiths that the Messenger's elite know with absolute certainty to be false, in favour of hadiths they know with absolute certainty to be his true words. Nor do they know his intent. Indeed, most of them are ignorant of the meanings of the Quran, let alone the hadith. Many among them do not even memorize the Quran at all. 33. Original text notes. See As-Safadiyya, 267-270, Shah al-Isbahaniyya, 676, Bayan Talbis al-Jahmiyya, 177, Arad al-Ash Shadili, 3973, Jami al-Masail, 7189. So 34 original text notes, The source reads wa ya'lamun, corrected in ta to wa hum la ya'lamun, Book 141. So how can one who neither memorizes the Quran, nor knows its meanings, nor knows the Hadith and its meanings, claim to be acquainted with the truths derived from the Messenger? When the discerning mind reflects, it finds that the closer a group is to God and His Messenger, the greater their care for the Quran and Hadith. Conversely, the further they are from God and His Messenger, the more distant they are from them. You may even find among the leaders of these groups scholars some who cannot distinguish between the Quran and other texts. Indeed, an ayah may be mentioned to them, and they say, "We do not accept the authenticity of this hadith." Or they may say, "As he, peace be upon him, said such and such," when it is an ayah from the Book of God. We have heard astonishing tales of this, and what we have not heard is surely more abundant. A trustworthy person informed me that a man named Shams ad-Din al-Isfahani 36, a leader among the theologians and the teacher of Al-Aiki 37, assumed a teaching position at the shrine of Al-Hussein in Cairo. 35. Original text notes relates an anecdote from Ibn Rajab about a debate involving Ibn Taymiyyah, illustrating the ignorance of some opponents in distinguishing authentic hadiths from fabrications. 36. Original text notes Muhammad ibn Mahmud ibn Abad, the Usuli commentator of Al-Masul, d. 688. Al-Dahabi said in Tariq al-Islam, 15620, he had little knowledge of jurisprudence, sunnah, and narrations. He is the author of the Creed explained by the author in Shar al-Isfahaniyah, where he notes, 724, his lack of knowledge of the Quran and Hadith. 37. Original text notes Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr al-Farisi, the Sufi Usuli theologian, d. 697. See Al-Bidayah wa An-Nihaya, 17706, Shadharat ad-Dahab, 7767, Book 142. They handed him a portion of the 30-part Quran 38, and he began reading, "In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, Al-Mas," until he was corrected. It is Alif Lam Mim Sad. Reflect upon this just governance, and it will become clear to you that those who criticize the people of Hadith and turn away from their path are, without doubt, ignorant, heretical hypocrites. Thus, when Imam Ahmad heard that Ibn Abi Qutayla, upon mention of the people of Hadith in Mecca, said, "They are an evil folk," Ahmad stood, shaking the dust from his robe, saying, "Heretic, heretic, heretic," and entered his home, for he understood the implication. The reproach of hypocrites against scholars for what the Messenger brought is an ancient practice, dating back to the hypocrites in the time of the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. 40. As for the people of knowledge, they said of them, "They are the Abdal, substitutes, for they are the substitutes of the prophets, or truly stand in their stead, not among the non-existent whose reality is unknown." 38. Original text notes. It is the Quran divided into 30 parts, placed in a box, each part in a separate leather binding. See Tariq al-Islam, 9224, At-Taj and Al-Mujam al-Wasit, Rub. 39. Original text notes, narrated by Abu Abdullah al-Hakim in Ma'rifat Ulum al-Hadith, 5, Al-Khatib in Sharf Ashab al-Hadith, 74, Abu Ismail al-Ansari in Dam al-Kalam, 241, and Ibn Abi Yala in Tabakat al-Hanabilah, 176. 40. Original text notes, in the margin of the source without a correction mark, for they were called the reciters, and one of the hypocrites said, while I've not seen the like of these reciters of ours. 41. Original text notes, narrated by Al-Khatib in Sharf Ashab al-Hadith, 4950, and others from Sufyan al-Thawri and Ahmad. See Majmu al-Fatawa, 3159, Jami al-Masail, 267, the Book 143. Among them are those who stand in the stead of the prophets, bearing the mantle of their mission in the measure they represent them, some in knowledge and discourse, others in worship and spiritual state, and yet others in both realms together. They would proclaim that they are the victorious faction, enduring until the hour of judgment, ever manifest in truth. For with them resides the guidance and the religion of truth which God has sent through his messengers, a truth that God has promised shall prevail over all other faiths, and sufficient is God as a witness to this pledge. FSL chapter. To distill the essence of this point, the messengers either knew the realities, both the informative and the prescriptive, or they did not. If they knew them, then either they were capable of elucidating these realities through speech and writing, or they were not. And if they were capable, then such elucidation was either accessible to the common folk or reserved for the elect alone. Should someone claim that the messengers did not know these truths, asserting that philosophers and theologians surpass them in knowledge and clarity of expression, there is no doubt that this is the utterance of heretics and hypocrites. We shall address such claims in due course, for the purpose here is to clarify that this is the doctrine of the deviants, spoken only by a hypocrite or an ignorant soul. Yet, if it is said that the messenger's purpose was the betterment of all creation, and that the masses are incapable of grasping these esoteric truths, thus they addressed them through parables for their benefit, clothing intellectual realities in tangible forms, then their discourse concerning God and the last day would contain elements of imagination and representation, rendering the abstract in sensory imagery. This, they argue, enables the common people to benefit in matters of faith in God and the hereafter, instilling in their souls a sense of God's majesty and the grandeur of the final day, urging them toward worship, hope, and fear. Thus, they attain happiness according to their capacity and readiness. For this, they claim, is the utmost possibility in unveiling truths to the generality of humankind, the ultimate aim of the messengers being the preservation of humanity and the establishment of their welfare in this life and the next. It is evident that this is the view of the astute among the philosophers, such as Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, and their ilk, as well as every discerning and virtuous theologian in the measure they diverge from the adherents of the prophetic traditions. Al-Farabi declares, "The hallmark of prophecy is the excellence in imagining intellectual matters in sensory forms, or words to that effect." Ibn Sina, too, expounds this notion in various works, stating that it was impossible for Moses, son of Imran, with those Hebrews, or for Muhammad, with those rough Arabs, to expound the realities as they truly are. For they were incapable of comprehending them, and even if they grasped them in their raw state, their resolve to follow would have faltered, as they saw no practical imperative in such knowledge. 1. The Book 144-145. This meaning echoes in the words of Abu Hamid al-Ghazali and his peers, as well as those who came after, including in works like Ihya Ulum al-Din and elsewhere. So too in the writings of al-Razi. As for the Unionists, those who espouse the doctrine of unity of being, and their like among theologians, their discourse revolves around this notion. The foundation of the esotericists and the Karmatians is built upon it, though they deny the apparent meanings of both practical and theoretical matters altogether. Others, however, do not reject the evident practical injunctions that are widely transmitted, though they may restrict them to the common folk, excluding the elite, just as they do with informative matters. Their discourse hinges on the idea that the prophetic message encompasses the welfare of the masses in knowledge and practice, but not that of the elite. Upon this pivot turns the rhetoric of the authors of Rasail Ikhwan al-Safa and other distinguished philosophers. Among them are those who mandate adherence to the practical injunctions of the sacred law, numerous among their jurists, mystics, and rationalist philosophers. Here, too, ends the knowledge of Ibn Sina, should he repent and commit to fulfilling the obligatory divine laws, for the ancient philosophers deemed it incumbent to follow the laws established by the great sages of their lands. How much more fitting, then, to follow the laws of the messengers? As Ibn Sina himself declared, the philosophers of the world agree that no law has ever graced the earth superior to this Mohammedan law. All rational philosophers concur that it is the most perfect and noble of humankind, and that the genus of messengers surpasses that of renowned philosophers. Some may even claim that messengers and prophets are great sages, and that philosopher-sages are lesser prophets, or they may categorize them as distinct types. This is not the place to elaborate on this matter, as we have discussed it elsewhere. 2. The book 146-147. The intent here is that these towering figures among philosophers and theologians reach no further than this assertion. We have presented the matter through a comprehensive rational division, ensuring no aspect escapes scrutiny, to demonstrate that those who oppose the scholars of prophetic traditions in knowledge and practice are either ignorant or hypocritical. The hypocrite, moreover, is ignorant with an added vice, as we shall clarify, God willing. Even the ignorant among them bears a trace of hypocrisy, though they may be unaware of it. Thus, the denier of this truth is both ignorant and hypocritical. We say, therefore, that whoever claims, along with the luminaries of their faction, that they surpass the messengers in knowledge of realities and in their exposition, is a heretic and a hypocrite if they outwardly profess faith in them by the consensus of the believers. Their discourse shall be addressed in due course. If, however, they assert that the messengers were greater in knowledge and expression, yet these realities cannot be known or cannot be expressed at all, or can be known and expressed only to the elite, we respond, then you and your luminaries are equally incapable of achieving what the messengers could not in knowledge or expression. If you say these truths cannot be known, we reply, then neither can you nor your greatest minds know them by greater reason. If you say they cannot express them, we reply, then neither can you nor your greatest minds express them. And if you say this is possible for the elite, but not the masses, we reply, then it is possible for the elite among the messenger's followers, though not for their common folk. Should they claim that none among the elite companions of the messengers were capable of comprehending this, they thereby place the early forerunners below the later generations in knowledge and faith, a notion among the doctrines of the heretics, for it implies that some ancient nations, such as the Greeks and Indians, were more complete in intellect and realization of divine and eschatological matters than this ummah. This indeed is among the utterances of hypocritical heretics, for Muslims are united in affirming that this ummah is the best and most perfect of nations, and that the most perfect and noblest among them are their forerunners. The book 148-149. Once this is conceded, the most knowledgeable of the forerunners and the most faithful to their path are the adherents of the prophetic traditions and the Sunnah. Hence Imam Ahmad stated in his letter to Abdus ibn Malik, "The foundations of the Sunnah with us are adherence to what the companions of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, were upon, emulating them and abandoning innovations. Every innovation is misguidance. The Sunnah, in our view, comprises the traces of the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. The Sunnah interprets the Quran and serves as its guiding evidence, meaning it elucidates its meanings. For this reason, the scholars have declared that rejectionism, raft, is the root of heresy. The first to innovate rejectionism was a hypocritical heretic, namely Ibn Saba. For to disparage the early forerunners is to disparage the transmission of the message, its comprehension, or its adherence. The rejectionists at times question their knowledge of it, at others their adherence to it, redirecting authority to the people of the house or an infallible figure who has no existence in reality. Likewise, the heretics among the philosophers, the Nusayris and others, sometimes cast doubt on the transmission, a stance of their ignorant ones, and at other times on the comprehension of the message, which is the position of their astute ones, as espoused by the greatest philosophers, unionists, and their like. Such was the case with Al-Tilmisani, who, while ill, was visited by a person accompanied by a student of the prophetic traditions. Al-Tilmisani began expounding his principle that thought is a veil, and that the matter hinges on unveiling and the disclosure of absolute existence. The student interjected, "What then is the meaning of al-Darda's saying, 'The best of Abu al-Darda's deeds was reflection'?" Al-Tilmisani grew irritated by such an intrusion and said to the one who brought him, "How could you bring someone like this to me?" Then he addressed the student, Do you know, my son, what Abu al-Darda and his like resemble? They are like a people who heard words and preserved them for us, so that we might be the ones to understand them and discern their intent. Their likeness is that of a courier bearing a letter from a sultan to his deputy. 3. The book 150-153. Thus, Ibn Sina and others mention derogatory remarks about the companions, inherited from his father and the Karmatian sect, to the extent that when they discuss, at the culmination of philosophy, humanity's need for leadership, imamate, they allude to the misguided notions of the rejectionists, though the latter are more explicit in their vitriol. Hence, you find an intertwining and confusion between the rejectionists, Karmatians and Unionists united by shared traits. They disparage the best of this ummah, the principles of the Sunnah and the community, and the established foundations and pillars of the faith. They claim an esoteric knowledge distinguishing them from others. Yet despite this, they curse and despise one another, differing profoundly, as I have witnessed and heard in countless instances. This mirrors what God said of the Christians. And from those who say we are Christians, we took their covenant. But they forgot a good part of the message that was sent them. So we estranged them, with enmity and hatred between the one and the other, to the day of judgment. Al-Ma'idah 5:14. And of the Jews, he said, and we cast among them enmity and hatred until the day of judgment. Every time they kindle the fire of war, God doth extinguish it. Al-Ma'idah 5:64. Similarly, the muddled theologians oscillate, at times aligning with Muslims despite their innovations, at others with the Sabian philosophers, at others with polytheistic disbelievers, at times mediating between factions to see who prevails, and at times bewildered amidst these groups. This trait has proliferated among many who affiliate with Islam, scholars, rulers, and others, especially when the polytheistic Turks overran the Islamic lands in the East during the 7th century AH. Many who claimed Islam harboured hypocrisy and apostasy, precipitating the dominance of polytheists and people of the book. You find Abu Abdullah al-Razi impugning the evidential value of textual proofs for certainty and the utility of reports for knowledge, two premises of heresy, as we have previously outlined. Yet he relies on what is necessarily known of Islam, such as overt acts of worship and prohibitions, and acknowledges bodily resurrection, though familiarity with exegesis and traditions renders such knowledge derivable from manifold sources. He neither fully negates, as do the Sabian philosophers, nor fully affirms, as do the believing, knowledgeable monotheists. As for the companions, though he acknowledges their integrity in transmission and their general knowledge, he claims in places that they were unaware of the philosophers' sophistries and did not engage in such matters, citing the absence of recorded discourse in philosophical terminology as evidence for his refutation of those who assert otherwise. Such notions are found only among the most ignorant and benighted of theologians, philosophers, rejectionists, and unionists. Likewise, many kings and commanders utter about the companions. We are braver than they. They did not fight enemies as formidable as those we have faced, nor did they engage in wars as directly as we have, nor did they govern with our statecraft. Such statements are found only among the most ignorant and unjust of rulers. The book 154-155. If it is meant that the companions did not know the exact terminologies of the philosophers or the means by which they conveyed their ideas, this does not harm them. For knowledge of the languages of nations is not obligatory upon the messengers or their companions. Rather, what is obligatory is that which is indispensable for conveying the message. Mediators such as translators know the terms and meanings of each party. If the meanings are identical, like the sun and the moon, they recognize this. Otherwise, they discern the convergence and divergence between meanings and clarify each party's intent to the other, just as meanings are conceptualized and similarities, resemblances, and proximities are elucidated. The companions knew what the messenger brought, and within it was the proof refuting the disbelief of every disbeliever, articulated through valid reasoning more rightful and eloquent than the arguments of those disbelievers. As God exalted is he, declared, "Nor will they come to thee with a parable, but we shall bring thee the truth and the best explanation thereof." Al-Furqan 25:33. God informs that the disbelievers bring no intellectual argument for their falsehood without him providing the truth, accompanied by exposition, evidence, and parables that are the finest in clarification, unveiling, and illumination of the truth over their reasoning. All that the Sabians, philosophers, and other disbelievers propose in terms of wisdom or evidence falls within what the companions knew. This verse was mentioned by God after his statement, "And the messenger will say, O my Lord, verily my people treated this Quran with neglect. Thus have we made for every prophet an enemy among the sinners, but sufficient is thy Lord as a guide and helper." Al-Furqan 25:30-31. He clarifies that whoever neglects the Quran is among the enemies of the messengers, and this is an inevitable matter. Do you not see his words? On the day when the wrongdoer will bite at his hands, saying, "Oh, would that I had taken a path with the messenger! Ah, woe to me! Would that I had never taken such a one for a friend! He did lead me astray from the reminder after it had come to me, and Satan is ever a deserter to man." Al-Furqan 25:27-29. God, exalted is he, sent his prophet Muhammad to all of humanity, striking parables in what he sent him with for all of them. As he said, "Verily, we have set forth for mankind in this Quran every kind of parable, that haply they may reflect." Al-Zumar 39:27. He affirms that he has provided for all people in this Quran every manner of parable. Undoubtedly, the words used in discourse vary according to needs, just as weapons do in warfare. If the enemies of the Muslims are fortified and armed in a manner unlike that of the Persians or Romans, their combat must accord with what the sacred law necessitates, a law founded on seeking what is most obedient to God and most beneficial to the servant, the most fitting for this world and the hereafter. The Book 156-160. Sometimes one familiar with their warfare may be more adept at fighting them, not due to superior strength or courage, but due to similarity with them. Just as a non-Arab who emulates the Arabs, the best of non-Arabs, may be more skilled in addressing his non-Arab people than an Arab, and an Arab who emulates non-Arabs, the lowest of Arabs, may be more adept at addressing Arabs than a non-Arab. As it is reported in a tradition, the best of your non-Arabs are those who emulate your Arabs, and the worst of your Arabs are those who emulate your non-Arabs. Thus, when the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, besieged the people of Taif, he bombarded them with catapults and fought them in a manner unlike the close combat of the day of Badr and other battles. Similarly, when the Muslims were besieged during the Battle of the Trench, they employed trenches, a strategy not needed in other sieges. It is said that Salman suggested this to them, and they accepted it as a means to fulfill what God and his messenger commanded. We have established in the principle of Sunnah and innovation that innovation in religion is that which God and his messenger did not legislate, meaning that which was not commanded as obligatory or recommended. As for what was commanded as obligatory or recommended, and known to be so through legal evidence, it is part of the religion legislated by God, even if those in authority dispute over some aspects of it, whether it was practiced in the Prophet's time, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, or not. What was done after him by his command, such as fighting apostates, rebellious Kharijites, Persians, Romans, Turks, expelling Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula, and other matters, is part of his Sunnah. Hence, Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz would say, "The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and the authorities after him established practices, Sunan. Adhering to them is a confirmation of God's book, a perfection of obedience to God, and a strength in God's religion. No one has the right to alter them or to consider the opinion of one who opposes them. Whoever is guided by them is rightly guided. Whoever seeks victory through them is victorious. And whoever opposes them and follows a path other than that of the believers, God will turn him to what he has turned to and cast him into hell, a wretched destination." The sunnah of his rightly guided caliphs is among what God and his messenger commanded, supported by detailed legal evidence, the exposition of which is beyond this context. Just as God clarified in his book how to address the people of the book, establishing proof against them through the signs of Muhammad's prophethood, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, found in their scriptures exposing what they altered and distorted of their religion and affirming what previous messengers brought, so that a knowledgeable and fair-minded person among the people of the book, upon hearing this, finds it the clearest of proofs and the straightest of paths. Debate and argumentation avail only with justice and fairness. Otherwise, the unjust deny the truth they know, such are the sophists and Qarmatians, and refuse to listen or consider the path to knowledge, such are those who turn away from reflection and evidence. Just as outward perception does not reach one who turns away or avail one who denies, so too the inward witnessing does not come to one who shuns contemplation and inquiry. Rather, the seeker of knowledge strives for it through its paths, hence being called a striver, mujtahid, just as the striver in worship or other matters is so named. As one of the righteous predecessors said, the striver among you is but like a player among them. Ubay ibn Ka'b and Ibn Mas'ud said, moderation in sunnah is better than striving in innovation. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, if a judge strives and judges correctly, he has 2 rewards. If he strives and errs, he has 1 reward. Mu'ad ibn Jabal said, and it is also narrated as a prophetic tradition preserved from Mu'ad, hold fast to knowledge, for learning it is reverence, seeking it is worship, discussing it is glorification, searching for it is struggle, jihad, teaching it to one who does not know is charity, and offering it to its people is a means of nearness to God. He thus deemed the seeker of knowledge a striver in God's path. Since argumentation benefits only the just, God, exalted is he, said, and do not argue with the people of the book, except in a way that is best, save with those of them who do wrong. Al-Ankabut 29:46. Thus, with the unjust we are not obliged to argue in the best manner. Footnotes 1. References to Al-Farabi and Ibn Sina's works are cited in the original text as follows. Al-Farabi's Ara al-Madina al-Fadila, p. 115. Ibn Sina's Al-Najat, 2/167, Al-Risala al-Adhawiyya, pp. 45, 49, 51, 59, and Risala fi Ithbat al-Nubuwat, p. 125. 2. References to related discussions in the original text include Minhaj al-Sunnah, 8/23, 59, Shah al-Isfahaniyya, 576, 721, Al-Safadiyya, 1/249, Bugyat al-Murtad, 227, Al-Nubuwat, 695, Dar al-Ta'arud, 1/910, 5/361, and others as cited. 3. Al-Tilmisani, identified in the original as Suleiman ibn Ali, nicknamed Al-Afif, is described as among the most deviant of the Unionists and a profound heretic, d. 690 AH. Anecdotes of his statements contradicting the Quran and Islamic teachings are cited in works like Tariq al-Islam, 15/654, Al-Jawab al-Sahi, 4/300, 500, and others as referenced. When a Muslim from among the people of the book, who has come to know the truths enshrined in their scriptures through their own tongue and has translated them into Arabic for our benefit, we may draw advantage from such knowledge in engaging them in discourse and debate. This mirrors the way Abdullah ibn Salam, Salman al-Farsi, Ka'b al-Akhbaran, and others narrated what they knew of their sacred law. In such moments their testimonies can be invoked to affirm the harmony between their teachings and the message brought by the messenger of God, serving as a proof against them from one perspective and against others from another, as we have elucidated elsewhere in its proper context. The Hebrew tongue bears a certain kinship to Arabic too, a resemblance that echoes in the greater derivations of names and meanings. I have myself heard passages of the Torah recited in Hebrew by a Muslim from among the people of the book, and I found the two languages to be exceedingly close, such that, through my acquaintance with Arabic, I came to comprehend much of their Hebrew speech. The true meanings embedded in their texts are either akin to the meanings of the Quran, identical to them, or very nearly so, though the Quran possesses unique and magnificent distinctions in both its expressions and significations. Thus, if one among them, in the course of debate, seeks to challenge the Quran by citing something from their books or by rational argumentation, claiming, for instance, that their scriptures attribute to the Prophet's teachings contrary to what Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, conveyed, or contrary to what God has stated in their own books, such as their assertion that God commanded the burning of the adulterer rather than stoning, then it becomes possible for the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the believers to demand the Torah be brought forth to be read in Hebrew by one trustworthy in translation, such as Abdullah ibn Salam and his like. When the Jewish scholar was told, "Lift your hand from the verse of stoning," lo, it shone forth, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, ordered the stoning of the two adulterers among them after establishing the proof against them from their own scripture. This act was in alignment with what God had revealed to him concerning stoning, and he declared, "O God, I am the first to revive your command when they had let it perish." For this reason, Ibn Abbas commented on the verse, "Indeed, we sent down the Torah, in which was guidance and light. The prophets who submitted to God judged by it," Al-Ma'idah 44, saying that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, was among those prophets who submitted. Yet he judged only by what God had revealed to him, as the Quran states, and judged between them by what God has revealed. Al-Ma'idah 49. Likewise, it is permissible to consult a translated copy of their scriptures rendered into Arabic by trustworthy translators, in both script and speech, to ascertain their contents through reliable intermediaries from among the protected peoples, or from among us, such as Zayd ibn Thabit, whom the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded to learn their script. This tradition is well known in the books of Sunan. Al-Bukhari cited it in the chapter on the translation of the ruler. Is a single translator sufficient? Stating, "And Kharija ibn Zayd reported from Zayd ibn Thabit that the Prophet ordered him to learn the script of the Jews, until I wrote letters for the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and read to him their letters when they wrote to him." Corresponding with them in their script or addressing them in their tongue is of a single essence, though the two may coincide or stand apart. This is akin to writing Arabic words in Hebrew script or other foreign scripts, or writing foreign words in Arabic script, though such convergence may not always occur. Hence the Exalted declared, "All food was lawful to the children of Israel," Al-Imran 93, commanding us to request that they bring forth the Torah and recite it if they are truthful in their claims of contradiction. For they distort words from their proper usages with their tongues, so that you may think it is from the Scripture, though it is not from the Scripture, Al-Imran 78. They write books with their own hands and claim them to be from God, lying in both their words and writings. Therefore a translation is accepted only from a trustworthy source. If one of them argues against the Quran by citing a narration attributed to earlier messengers, such as the claim that Moses said, "Hold fast to the Sabbath as long as the heavens and the earth endure," we may respond, "In which book is this written? Bring it forth." We know that such a statement is not in their scriptures, but is rather a fabricated falsehood. Moreover, among their texts are prophecies numbering 220, and the book of the Mishnah, which means the repeated law, referenced by Abdullah ibn Amr as among the signs of the hour, when he said, "The hour will not come until the Mishnah is recited among you. Do you know what the Mishnah is? It is what has been written of books other than the book of God." Similarly, if they are questioned about the mention of God's names and attributes in their scriptures, the evidence can be established against them and others by the agreement of earlier prophets with Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him. If they have distorted the words from their rightful places, this can be discerned through what has been previously explained. And if they present a rational argument, it too can be refuted by what is in the Quran, such as their denial of abrogation on rational grounds, claiming that what God has forbidden cannot be abrogated, nor can what he commanded be prohibited. To this the Exalted responded, "The foolish among the people will say, what has turned them away from their Qibla which they used to face?" Al-Baqarah 142. Al-Bara ibn Azib, as recorded in the two Sahihs, clarified that these foolish are the Jews. God then said, "Say, to God belong the east and the west, he guides whom he wills to a straight path." Al-Baqarah 142, elucidating the principle of abrogation as tied to divine will, and that the latter command may be more beneficial and fitting. His words, "He guides whom he wills to a straight path," indicate what is most beneficial, while "whom he wills" refers the matter back to divine will. On this basis, the theologians have relied, asserting that divine command is either tied purely to God's will, as some hold, or to what is most beneficial, as others maintain. In either case, abrogation is deemed permissible. Then, the Exalted clarified that abrogation occurred in the Torah by making lawful what was previously forbidden, a lawful provision established by divine address, not merely by persistence of an original state, as some among them claim, such that its revocation would not constitute abrogation. He commanded that the Torah be consulted in this regard, and indeed we found it to be so, as related to us by Muslims from among the people of the book in numerous instances. Likewise, in debating the Sabians, philosophers, polytheists, and their ilk, if a Sabian philosopher mentions teachings from ancient Sabian philosophers that have been translated into Arabic, whether in their original form or altered by later thinkers through addition, omission, expansion or contraction, or by refuting parts and introducing meanings not originally present, if such matters are unrelated to religion, such as pure medicine or mathematics, as cited by those who took from them like Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razikur and Ibn Sina, and other heretical physicians whose ultimate aim is worldly benefit from the works of disbelievers and hypocrites, then this is permissible. It is akin to residing in their lands, wearing their garments, or using their weapons, or engaging in agricultural partnerships with them, as the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, did with the Jews of Khaybar. So too did the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and Abu Bakr hire a guide from Banu al-Dil, an expert wayfinder, when they departed Makkah as emigrants, entrusting him with their lives and mounts, and appointing a meeting at the cave of Thar on the morning of the third day. The tribe of Khuza'ah, both Muslim and non-Muslim, were a trusted confidant of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he accepted their counsel. All of this is recorded in the two Sahihs. Even Abu Talib defended the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, despite his polytheism. Such examples are numerous, for among the polytheists and people of the book are those who can be trusted, as the Exalted said, "And among the people of the Scripture is he who, if you entrust him with a great amount of wealth, he will return it to you. And among them is he who, if you entrust him with a single silver coin, he will not return it to you unless you are constantly standing over him, demanding it." Al-Imran 75. Hence, it is permissible to entrust one of them with wealth, or to seek medical treatment from a disbeliever if he is trustworthy, as affirmed by imams like Ahmad and others. This constitutes accepting their testimony in worldly matters they are knowledgeable about and entrusting them with such, which is permissible unless it entails a greater harm, such as granting them authority over Muslims or elevating them above them. Taking medical knowledge from their books is like relying on a disbeliever for directions or seeking treatment from them. Indeed, it is better, for their books were not written for a specific Muslim, thus precluding betrayal. Nor is there a need for direct interaction with them, as it is merely benefiting from their legacies, like using their clothing, dwellings, farms, or weapons. If they mention matters related to religion, and if they cite the prophets, their condition is like that of the people of the book, or worse. If they base their knowledge on rational analogy, and it aligns with the Quran, it is truth. If it contradicts it, the Quran clarifies its falsehood through illustrative parables, as the Exalted said, and they do not come to you with an argument except that we bring you the truth and the best explanation. Al-Furqan 33. Thus, in the Quran lies the truth and clear reasoning that exposes the invalidity of their analogies. If what they mention is ambiguous, containing both truth and falsehood, which is often the case with the innovating Sabians like Aristotle and his followers, and those who came after them among later thinkers, then it is incumbent to accept the truth and reject the falsehood. However, the truth in their words does not elucidate the essence of truth as the Quran does. Thus, the matter hinges on knowing the Quran, its meanings, interpretations, and translations. Translation and interpretation fall into three levels. The first is the translation of mere words, such as rendering a term with its synonym, intending that the listener understands that what is meant by a term among one people is precisely what is meant by another term among another. This is a beneficial knowledge, for many tie meaning to specific words, failing to abstract it from both expressions. The second is the translation of meaning and its clarification by portraying the meaning to the listener. Depicting the meaning and making it understood is an added layer beyond mere verbal translation, akin to explaining an Arabic text to an Arab who has heard its words, but neither grasped nor understood its significations. Depicting meaning may involve citing its essence, its likeness, or composing attributes from familiar elements the listener comprehends, such that the composite forms a representation of that meaning either precisely or approximately. The third level is establishing the validity of that meaning and verifying it by presenting evidence and reasoning that affirm it, whether through pure proof or proof that reveals the cause of its existence. Here it may be necessary to provide examples and analogies to aid in affirming that meaning, just as the second level may require examples to conceptualize it. Sometimes merely conceptualizing the meaning suffices for affirming its truth, and if so, there is no need for further analogy, example, or proof. When the Quran is known in this manner, any speech from the people of the book, Sabians or polytheists, whether in agreement or opposition, must involve translation of both word and meaning. Then the Quran becomes the detailed exposition of all things, as the Exalted said, "It is not a fabricated narration, but a confirmation of what came before it, and a detailed explanation of all things." Yusuf 111, and we have sent down to you the book as clarification for all things. An-Nahl 89. It is evident that the Ummah is commanded to convey the Quran in both its wording and meaning, just as the Messenger was so commanded. Conveying God's message cannot be otherwise. Conveying it to non-Arabs may require translating it for them as much as possible. Translation may necessitate striking examples to depict meanings, which becomes an integral part of the translation. Given that most Muslims, indeed most of those among them who claim knowledge, do not undertake the translation, interpretation and elucidation of the Quran, it is even more likely that others would be incapable of translating and clarifying what they possess. For the minds of Muslims are more complete, their book is the most upright in speech and the most beautiful in narration, and their language is the most expansive, especially if those meanings are not verified, but are laden with much falsehood. Translating and depicting false meanings is arduous, for they lack a true counterpart in every respect. Thus, if we are asked about a statement they make, whether it is true or false, and how truth and falsehood are distinguished therein, it is answered from the Quran with evidence and proof, just as the polytheists and people of the book questioned the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, about issues or debated him, and as nations disputed with their messengers. For many claim that philosophy aligns with the Sharia. An example of this is when they speak of the 10 intellects and the 9 souls, asserting that the first intellect is the initial emanation from the necessary being, a necessary consequence of his essence and a caused effect, and that the second emanates from the first, and that each celestial sphere has an intellect and a soul. It is said to them, "Your terms intellect and soul are specific to your language, so they must be translated. Even if the word is Arabic, its meaning must be rendered." They respond, "The intellect is the spirit detached from matter, which is the body and its attachments. They call it intellect or separated, naming these entities separated from materials because they are detached from bodies, just as a human spirit, when it departs the body, becomes separated from the material that is the body. 3. The soul, they say, is the spirit that governs the body, like the human soul within the body. When it resides in the body, it moves it. When it departs, it becomes pure intellect, meaning it apprehends knowledge without moving any physical entity. These are the intellects and souls, and what we have mentioned is among the finest translations of the meaning of intellect and soul, though most of them fail to grasp this. They continue, "We have established a soul for each sphere because motion is voluntary and can only belong to a soul. For each soul there is an intellect, for the intellect is complete and needs no motion, while the moving entity seeks perfection, necessitating something above it to emulate and to serve as its cause. Thus, the motion of our souls is to emulate what is above us among the intellects, and all of this is an emulation of the necessary being to the extent possible. The first emanation from him can only be an intellect, for a soul requires a body, and a body implies multiplicity, while what emanates from him can only be singular. They have many disagreements regarding emanation, which is not the place to elaborate here. It is said to them, as for your assertion that there are spirits in the heavens, this resembles what is in the Quran and other books of God. However, they are not the angels, as some among you who claim to believe in what was revealed to the messenger and what came before it assert, saying, 'We only intended good and reconciliation between the Sharia and philosophy.' They claim that the intellects and souls of the philosophers are the angels of the prophets, but this is not so, though they bear resemblance in certain aspects. For the name angels and angel implies that they are messengers of God, as the Exalted said, who made the angels messengers, Fatir 1, and by those winds sent forth in gusts, Al-Mursalat 1. The angels are God's messengers in executing his cosmic command, by which he governs the heavens and the earth, as he said, 'Until when death comes to one of you, our messengers take him, and they do not fail in their duties.' Al-An'am 61, and, yes, and our messengers are with them recording, Az-Zukhruf 80. They are also messengers of his religious command, brought down by the angels, as he said, he sends down the angels with the inspiration of his command upon whom he wills of his servants. An-Nahl 2. And it is not for a human prophet that God should speak to him except by revelation or from behind a partition, or that he sends a messenger to reveal, by his permission, what he wills. Indeed, he is most high and wise, Ash-Shura 51, and God chooses from the angels messengers and from the people. Al-Hajj 75. The angels of God are beyond enumeration, save by God himself, as the Exalted said, and we have not made the keepers of the fire except angels. And we have not made their number except as a trial for those who disbelieve, that those who were given the Scripture will be convinced, and those who have believed will increase in faith, and those who were given the Scripture and the believers will not doubt, and that those in whose hearts is hypocrisy, and the disbelievers will say, 'What does God intend by this as an example?' Thus does God leave astray whom he wills and guides whom he wills, and none knows the soldiers of your Lord except him. Al-Mudaththir 31. It is said to them, what is mentioned in the book and the Sunnah regarding the angels and their vast numbers is an unfathomable matter, to the extent that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'The heaven has creaked, and it is right that it should creak, for there is no space of 4 fingers in it, except that there is an angel standing, sitting, bowing, or prostrating.' Footnotes 1. With the ha pronounced either open or closed. See Gharib al-Hadith by Abu Ubaid, 187th. Ibn Sirin disliked being addressed as Ka'b al-Habar and would say Ka'b the Muslim. See Al-Ilal by Imam Ahmad, narrated by Abdullah, 2390th. He is also called Ka'b al-Abar, which is more common. 2. Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm stated in Al-Ikam, 131st. What we have verified and known with certainty is that Syriac, Hebrew and Arabic, which is the language of Muda, not Himyar, are one language that changed with the changing abodes of its speakers. He then provided examples of dialectal differences in Arabic and said, Whoever contemplates Arabic, Hebrew, and Syriac will be certain that their differences are akin to what we have described, arising from the transformation of people's expressions over long periods, differing regions, and proximity to other nations, and that they are originally one language. Al-Suhaili mentioned in At-Tarif wal-Ilam 20. Often there is agreement or near agreement between Syriac and Arabic in expression. See examples of this proximity in Hidayat al-Hayara 143 and Jala al-Afham 218-220. See also discussions in Jewish grammatical works on Hebrew al-Luma by Marwan ibn Jana al-Qurtubi 7, al-Mustalhaq by the same 135, his letters 78-263, al-Muwazana bain al-Lugha al-Ibriya wal-Lugha al-Arabiya by Ishaq ibn Barun 22, and al-Risalah by Yehuda ibn Quraysh 3, that is in the Torah. 4, narrated by Muslim 1700 from the Hadith of al-Bara ibn Azib. The story is also in al-Bukhari 3635, 4556, 6819, 6841, 7543, and Muslim 1699 from the Hadith of Ibn Umar. 5, narrated by Ibn Jarir 8449, 451 from Al-Hasan, As-Sudi and Ikrimah. 6, original Al-Muslimin, which is a distortion. 7, narrated by Abu Dawood 3645, At-Tirmidhi 2715, Ahmad 21618, and others with a good chain. At-Tirmidhi said, "This hadith is good and authentic, and it has been narrated through other chains from Zayd ibn Thabit. It was deemed authentic by Al-Hakim 147th, without objection from Ad-Dahabi. See Tagliq at-Taliq 5307 and As-Silsila as-Sahihah 187. 8, omitted in the original, though necessary, pointing to the disagreement on sufficiency of a single translator. 9, Sahih al-Bukhari 976. 10, original al-Ukra. 11, as stated in the completion of the verse, say, then bring the Torah and recite it if you should be truthful. Ali Imran 93. 12, in the Old Testament book of Exodus, chapter 31, 16, therefore the people of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, observing the Sabbath throughout their generations as a covenant forever. 13, it is said that Ibn Arawandi fabricated this for the Jews. See Al-Ida by Qadi Abu Yala 3777, At-Tabsira by Ash-Shirazi 254, At-Talqis by Al-Juwayni 2310, 471, Shah Mukhtasar al-Rawda 295. Some interpreted it assuming its authenticity. See Al-Masul 3/305, Takjilman Haraf at-Tawra wal-Injil 550, Shah Tanki al-Fusul 305, Itha al-Haq Allah al-Khalq by Ibn al-Wazir 72. 14. As in the original, it is Mishnah in Hebrew, meaning the repeated law, equivalent to al-Matna in Arabic. The Mishnah is a collection of laws, teachings, rulings, commandments, and explanations of the Torah, transmitted orally by Jewish rabbis from the time of Moses, peace be upon him, until the era of Yehuda Hanassi, who compiled and recorded it at the end of the 2nd century CE. It became the foundation and core of the Talmud. Most Jews consider it the second source of legislation after the Torah, claiming it is an oral Torah and law revealed to Moses. However, sects like the Karaites, Samaritans, and Sadducees rejected it, viewing it as a fabrication by those rabbis. See Badl al-Majhud fi Ifm al-Yahud by As-Samaw al-Ibn Yahya 183, 195, Al-Usul by Marwan ibn Jana 735, Hidayat al-Hayara 47, Jala al-Afham 220, Al-Kanz al-Marsud fi Qawaid at-Talmud by Rowling 29, At-Talmud Tarikuhu wa Ta'alimuhu by Zafar ad-Din Khan 1121, Al-Fiqh ad-Dini al-Israeli Atwaruhu wa Madahibuhu by Hassan Zaza 78, and Mawsu'at al-Yahud wal-Yahudiyah al-Mujaza by al-Misiri 2 119ths, 124, 126. 15. Narrated by Ad-Darimi, 493, Ibn Abi Shaybah, 38704, Al-Bayhaqi in Shu'ab al-Iman, 4834, and others with a good chain. Some raised it to the Prophet, though that is not authentic. It is said to be in the status of a raised hadith, as it is not something said by opinion, which is plausible. There is disagreement on the meaning of al-Mathna. Abu Ubaid in Gharib al-Hadith, 4,280, and Ibn Taymiyyah here hold that it refers to Jewish books. Abu Ubaid said, "I asked a man knowledgeable in scriptures about al-Mathna, and he said that the rabbis and monks of the children of Israel, after Moses, composed a book among themselves according to their desires, apart from the book of God, calling it al-Mathna, as if they permitted and prohibited in it what they wished, contrary to God's book." From this I understood the interpretation of Abdullah ibn Amr's hadith, that he disliked taking from the people of the book for this reason. He had books that came to him on the day of Yarmouk, and I believe he said this due to his knowledge of their contents, not intending to prohibit the hadith of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, or his sunnah. How could he prohibit that when he was among the most prolific narrators among the companions? Al-Jawhari in As-Sihah, 2294, said, "It is said to be what is called in Persian Dubayt, meaning song." Abu al-Fadl al-Kunawi in Al-Habit al-Gawi min Ma'ani al-Mathnawi, 6772, suggested it refers to al-Mathnawi by Jalal ad-Din ar-Rumi, and that al-Mathna in the hadith is a corruption of it. Al-Albani in As-Silsila as-Sahiha, 2821, leaned toward it referring to books of jurisprudential schools. The truth is distributed among these opinions. Abdullah ibn Amr, may God be pleased with them, undoubtedly refers to the Mishnah of the Jews with which they rivaled the Torah, their Lord's book, cloaking it in sanctity. However, the hadith's context is abbreviated. Its understanding is that this Ummah will adopt books as a mathna, like that of the Jews, diverting them from their Lord's book and revelation, not that they will adopt the Jewish Mishnah itself, as Abu Ubaid interpreted. This is the pattern of this Ummah, in following the ways of the people of the book. Hence, I mentioned that deeming the hadith as raised is plausible, as it allows for analogy and ijtihad. This is supported by Qasim ibn Muhammad ibn Abi Bakr as-Siddiq, who said, "Hadiths proliferated during Umar's time, so he adjured people to bring them to him. When they did, he ordered them burned, saying, 'A mathna like the mathna of the people of the book,'" narrated by Ibn Sa'd in At-Tabakat, 7187, though Qasim did not meet Umar. The Sunnah is part of revelation, and Umar and others among the companions who prohibited writing hadith feared that people at that time would focus on those books and neglect the Quran. Otherwise, Umar's reliance on hadith and narration of it is necessarily known. 16. It may also be read as previously mentioned. 17. Sahih al-Bukhari, 399, and Sahih Muslim, 525, with the wording from al-Bukhari. 18. C. al-Luma, 55, Kawati al-Adilla, 376, al-Ihkam by al-Amidi, 3 al-Ibhaj, 5 1640, 19. C. Badl al-Majhud fi Ifham al-Yahud by As-Samawal ibn Yahya, 1952. 20. A physician and philosopher, an atheist in theology and prophecy, supporting the philosopher's view of the five eternals, Dina 313 AH. C. Tabakat al-Atiba by Ibn Juljul, 77, Minhaj as-Sunnah, 2570, Dar at-Ta'arud, 9346, Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 1477, 21, narrated by al-Bukhari, 2328, and Muslim, 1551, 22, narrated by al-Bukhari, 2263, 2264, 3905, 23, narrated by al-Bukhari, 2731. Aibatu Nushihi means the repository of his counsel and trust in his secret. 24. The apparent narration from Ahmad indicates dislike, though another narration suggests permissibility. C. Al-Irshad, 546, Al-Mustawab, 2 815, Al-Adab ash-Shari'ah, 2 428, 25, Ibn al-Hajj al-Abdari, d. 737 AH, has a well-known chapter in his book Al-Madkhal, 4 107-111, criticizing seeking treatment from the people of the book, with exaggeration and alarmism. 26, Ta, and there is no need for any of them in betrayal. 27. Followers of Aristotle are the peripatetic philosophers, and their later followers are the pseudo-philosophers affiliated with Islam, like Al-Farabi, Ibn Sina, Ibn Rushd, and their ilk. See Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 1 155th, 4 347th, 5 225th, Ar-Radala al-Mantiqiyin, 335, Dar at-Ta'arud, 1 157th, 3 324th, 5 9ths, 6 210ths, 9 415ths. 28. See Ar-Radala al-Mantiqiyin, 4861, Majmu al-Fatawa, 665ths. 29. See what follows, p. 173. 30. The author narrates the consensus of scholars on the permissibility of translating the meanings of the Quran for those who do not know Arabic outside of prayer. See Al-Jawab as-Sahi, 1 221st, 252-56, 63, 67, 71, 3/20ths. Bayan Talbis al-Jamiyah, 8 230ths, 474, Dar at-Ta'arud, 143rd, Majmu al-Fatawa, 6 542, 31. As the author said, know that if a doctrine is inherently false, the transmitter cannot convey it in a way that allows a true conceptualization, for this is possible only for truth. See Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 145ths, Dar at-Ta'arud, 3 326. 32. This is their theory of emanation and issuance. See Al-Isharat wa Tanbehat, 3 150ths, An-Najat, 2 133rds, Ara al-Madina al-Fadila, 55, Tahafut al-Falasifa, 145, Bagyat al-Murtad, 241, Az-Safadiyya, 1 125th, 279, 2 283rds, Dar at-Ta'arud, 135th, Bayan Talbis al-Jahmiyah, 5 264ths, Al-Radala al-Mantiqiyin, 221, 308, 389, 33, C. Az-Safadiyya, 2 251-258, 34, C. Majmu al-Fatawa, 9 271-294, 35, see earlier discussion on the theory of emanation among philosophers. 36, such as Ibn Rushd, who authored Fasl al-Makal fi Mabayn al-Hikmah wa Sharia, Min al-Ittisal, Ibn Sina and Ikhwan as-Safa, as will be mentioned, p. 298, as well as Ar-Raghib al-Isfahani and Ash-Sharastani. See Tatimat Siwan al-Hikmah, 112-141, 37. See Tahafut al-Falasifa, 188-226, Tahafut at-Tahafut, 484, Az-Safadiyya, 2 252, 286, Minhaj as-Sunnah, 5 447, Bagyat al-Murtad, 219, 223, Dar at-Ta'arud, 7 368, Ar-Radala al-Mantiqiyin, 102, Ar-Radala ash-Shadili, 42, 138, Al-Jawab as-Sahi, 4 151st, Majmu al-Fatawa, 9 105th, 12 156, 38, narrated by Ahmad, 21516, at-Tirmidhi, 2312, Ibn Majah, 4190, and others from the Hadith of Ibrahim ibn Muhajir from Mujahid from Murik from Abu Dar with a weak chain, as Murik did not hear from Abu Dar, and Ibrahim ibn Muhajir is not strong. It was also narrated from Abu Dar as a stopped narration, which is more likely. See Mukhtasar Talkis al-Mustadrak, 3530 seconds, narrated by Al-Bazar, 3208, and At-Tahawi in Mushkil al-Athar, 1134, from the Hadith of Hakim ibn Hizam with a good chain. Also in this regard from Jabir, Anas ibn Malik, and Al-Ala ibn Sa'd, may God be pleased with them. 39. Book 176, 40. Exalted is he who declares, "The heavens are nigh to being rent asunder from above them, while the angels glorify the praises of their Lord and seek forgiveness for those on earth." Verily, God is indeed the oft-forgiving, the most merciful. Ash-Shura 5. Thus, whosoever claims that the angels number 10 or 19, or asserts that the 19 guardians over Sakar are but intellects and souls, reveals naught but ignorance of what has been conveyed by God and his messenger, and their deviation in this matter is manifest. For the names do not align in the attributes of the named, nor in their measure as synonymous terms might. Rather, the named entities converge only in that each is a spirit bound to the heavens, a mere fragment of the qualities of the celestial angels. 41. What such individuals affirm as attributes of some angels is, in relation to the true essence, attributes, ranks and numbers of the angels, but a trifling portion, less even than what the Samaritans believe of the prophets in comparison to the entirety of prophethood. For they acknowledge no prophet after Moses and Joshua 1. How then, when these claimants attribute to the angels naught but what they perceive of their own souls, mere knowledge to the intellects and volitional motion to the souls? Yet it is well known that the angels possess knowledge, states, wills and deeds beyond enumeration, save by the one of majesty. 42, 43, 1. The Samaritans, a sect among the Jews, differ from other Jews in their Torah and laws. They do not recognize the Mishnah, previously mentioned, nor accept prophethood after Moses and Joshua, such as David, Solomon or Jesus, peace be upon them. The author notes that they are to the Jews as the Rafidah are to the Muslims. See Al-Milalwa al-Nihal 199th, Al-Jawab al-Sahih 2/23, 450 3/40, 4250 424 426, Minhaj al-Sunnah 137th 5 174th, Al-Radala al-Mantikiyin 290, Jami al-Rasail 1 270th, and Majmu al-Fatawa 28 479. 44, Book 177, 45. Their attributes, as described in the Quran through glorification and worship of God, are too numerous to recount here. As he, the Exalted, spoke to the angels and commanded them to prostrate to Adam, and declared, "But if they grow arrogant, know that those who are with your Lord glorify him night and day, and never grow weary." Fussilat 38. And he said, "Indeed, those who are near your Lord do not deem themselves too proud to worship him. They glorify him and prostrate to him." Al-Araf 206. And he proclaimed, "And they say, the most merciful has taken a son. Exalted is he. Nay, they are but honoured servants. They do not precede him in speech, and they act by his command. He knows what is before them and what is behind them. And they intercede, not save for those with whom he is pleased. And they stand in awe of him. And if any among them were to say, 'I am a god besides him,' that one we would recompense with hell. Thus do we recompense the wrongdoers." Al-Anbiya 26:29. And he affirmed, "God chooses messengers from among the angels and from among humankind." Al-Hajj 75. And he said, "Those who bear the throne and those around it glorify the praises of their Lord, believe in him and seek forgiveness for those who believe." Ghafir 7. And he reiterated, "And the angels glorify the praises of their Lord and seek forgiveness for those on earth." Ash-Shura 5. And he commanded, "Each has believed in God, his angels, his books, and his messengers." Al-Baqarah 285. And he recounted, "Remember when you said to the believers, 'Will it not suffice you that your Lord should reinforce you with 3,000 angels sent down? Indeed, if you remain patient and God-fearing, and they come upon you suddenly, your Lord will reinforce you with 5,000 angels, clearly marked." Al-Imran 124, 125. And he revealed, "Remember when your Lord inspired the angels, 'I am with you,' so strengthen those who believe." Al-Anfal 12. And he declared, "Then God sent down his tranquility upon his messenger and upon the believers, and sent down forces you did not see." At Tawbah 26, 1-46, 47, 1. The original text reads, "Fa'anzala Allah," then God sent down, which is an inadvertent error. likely a mental slip to the verse in At-Tawbah, 40, 48, book 178, 49, and he said, "O you who have believed, remember the favour of God upon you when armies came against you, and we sent against them a wind and forces you did not see." Al-Ahzab 9. And he described, "If only you could see when the angels take the souls of those who disbelieve, striking their faces and their backs, saying, 'Taste the punishment of the burning fire.'" Al-Anfal 50. And he portrayed those whose souls the angels take in a state of purity, saying, "Peace be upon you." An-Nahl 32. And he comforted, "Indeed, those who say our Lord is God, and then remain steadfast, upon them the angels descend, saying, 'Do not fear nor grieve, but receive glad tidings of paradise which you were promised.'" Fussilat 30. And he affirmed, "Until when death comes to one of you, our messengers take his soul, and they never fail in their duty." Al-An'am 61. And he declared, "Say, the angel of death, who has been entrusted with you, will take your souls." As-Sajdah 11. And he extolled, "It is recorded in honoured scriptures, exalted, purified by the hands of noble, righteous scribes." Abasa 13:16. And he warned, "Indeed, over you are guardians, noble scribes, who know what you do." Al-Infitar 10:12. And he reminded, "Or do they think that we do not hear their secrets and their private conversations? Yes, we do, and our messengers are with them, recording Az-Zukhruf 80. And he cautioned, "Man does not utter any word except that with him is an observer prepared to record." Kaf 18. And he swore, "By those angels lined up in ranks, and those who drive the clouds, and those who recite the message," as Safat 1:3. And he challenged, "So ask them, does your Lord have daughters while they have sons? Or did we create the angels as females while they were witnesses? Indeed, it is out of their falsehood that they say, 'God has begotten,' and indeed they are liars, up to his words. Indeed it is we who line up in ranks, and indeed it is we who glorify him," as Safat 149, 166. 50. And in the Sahihain 1, it is narrated from Jabir ibn Samurah that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Will you not line up as the angels line up before their Lord?" They asked, "And how do the angels line up before their Lord?" He replied, "They complete the first rows and stand closely together in rank. 1, 51, 52, 1. This is unique to Muslim. 430. See Al-Jambain al-Sahihain by Al-Humaydi, 1339. 53, book 179, 54. And in the Sahihain too, from Qatada, from Anas, from Malik ibn Sasa'ah, in the narration of the Ascension, Miraj, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, when mentioning his ascent to the seventh heaven, said, "The Beit al-Ma'mur was raised for me, and I asked Gabriel about it. He said, 'This is the Beit al-Ma'mur, where 70,000 angels pray each day. When they leave, they do not return, for it is the last of their duties.'" And Al-Bukhari 3 narrated from Hammam, from Qatada, from Al-Hasan, from Abu Hurairah, concerning the Beit al-Ma'mur, as reported from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Truly this is a matter known only to God in its fullness. 55. And in the Sahihain 4, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "When the reciter says Ameen, say Ameen, for whoever's Ameen coincides with that of the angels, his past sins are forgiven." In another narration in the Sahihain 5, it is said, when he says Ameen, the angels in the heavens say Ameen. 56, 57, 2. Al-Bukhari 3207, Muslim 164, 3, 4, 111, 4. Al-Bukhari 780, 6402, Muslim 410, 5. Al-Bukhari 781, Muslim 410. Their wording is, when one of you says Ameen, and the angels in the heavens say Ameen, and one coincides with the other, 58, book 180, 59. And in the Sahihain 1, from Abu Salih, from Abu Hurairah, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "When the Imam says God hears those who praise him, say, O God our Lord, to you be praise. For whoever's words coincide with those of the angels, his past sins are forgiven." And in the Sahih 2, from Urwa, from Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that she heard the messenger of God say, Indeed, the angels descend in the clouds, mentioning the decree decided in the heavens. The devils eavesdrop and hear it, then convey it to the soothsayers, who mix with it 100 lies of their own invention. 60. And in the Sahihain 3, from Abu Huraira, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, God has angels who roam as an additional grace for seeking out gatherings of remembrance. When they find a gathering of remembrance, they sit with them, encircling one another with their wings, until they fill the space between them and the lowest heaven. When the gathering disperses, they ascend to the heavens. Then God, though he knows best, asks them, From where have you come? They reply, We have come from your servants on earth, who glorify you, magnify you, proclaim your oneness, praise you, and beseech you. He asks, And what do they ask of me? They say, They ask for your paradise. He inquires, Have they seen my paradise? They respond, No, O Lord. He says, How would it be if they saw my paradise? They continue, and they seek refuge with you. He asks, From what do they seek refuge? They reply, From your fire. He inquires, Have they seen my fire? They say, No, O Lord. He says, How would it be if they saw my fire? They add 61, 62. 1. Al-Bukhari, 796. Muslim, 409. 2. Al-Bukhari, 3210. 3. Al-Bukhari, 6408. Muslim, 2689. And the wording is Muslims, 4. That is, beyond the guardian angels, 63. Book 181, 64. And they seek your forgiveness, he says, I have forgiven them, granted them what they asked, and given them refuge from what they sought refuge. They say, O Lord, among them is so-and-so, a sinful servant who merely passed by and sat with them. He declares, I have forgiven him as well. They are a people whose companion does not suffer misfortune. 65. And in the Sahihain, 1, from Urwa, from Aisha, she narrated that she asked the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, Has there ever been a day more severe upon you than the day of Uhud? He replied, I have indeed endured much from your people, and the most severe was on the day of Aqaba, when I presented myself to Ibn Abd Yalil Ibn Abd Kulal, and he did not respond to what I sought. I departed, burdened with sorrow on my face, and did not recover until I reached Khan Ath-Tha'alib. I raised my head and saw a cloud shading me. I looked, and behold, within it was Gabriel. He called to me, saying, God has heard the words of your people and their rejection of you, and he has sent to you the angel of the mountains to command as you wish concerning them. Then the angel of the mountains called to me, greeted me, and said, O Muhammad, it is as you wish. If you desire, I shall crush them between the two mountains. But the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Rather I hope that God will bring forth from their loins those who will worship God alone without associating anything with him. 66. And such authentic narrations mentioning the angels of the heavens, the angels of the air, the mountains and others, are abundant. Likewise, the angels tasked with the affairs of the children of Adam, as in the agreed-upon narration 2, the saying of the truthful and trustworthy one, Then an angel is sent to him, commanded with 4 words, and it is said, Write his sustenance, his lifespan, his deeds, and whether he is wretched or blessed. Then the spirit is breathed into him. 67, 68, 1, Al-Bukhari, 3231, Muslim, 1795, 2, Al-Bukhari, 3208, Muslim, 2643, 69, Book 182, 70. And in the Sahih, 1, from Al-Bara ibn Azib, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said to Hassan, Satirize them or attack them, and Gabriel is with you. And in the Sahih, 2, he also said to him, Respond on my behalf, O God, strengthen him with the Holy Spirit. And in the Sahih, 3, from Anas, he said, It is as if I see the dust rising in the path of Banigam, the procession of Gabriel. And in the Sahihain, 4, from Aisha, Al-Harith ibn Hisham asked, O Messenger of God, how does the revelation come to you? He replied, At times it comes to me like the ringing of a bell, and that is the most intense upon me. It ceases, and I have retained what was said. At other times the angel appears to me as a man, speaks to me, and I comprehend what he says. 71. and Gabriel's coming to the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sometimes in the form of a Bedouin, 5, and at other times in the form of Dihya al-Kalbi, 6, speaking to him and teaching him, is far too vast to be recounted here. 72, 73. 1. Al-Bukhari, 3213, Muslim, 2486. 2. Al-Bukhari, 3212, Muslim, 2485. 3. Al-Bukhari, 3214. 4. Al-Bukhari, 2, Muslim, 2333. 5. Al-Bukhari, 50, Muslim, 9, from the narration of Abu Huraira, and Muslim 8, from the narration of Umar. 6. Al-Bukhari, 3634, Muslim 2451. 74. Book 183, 75, and in the Sahihain 1, from Abu Huraira, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Angels alternate among you, angels of the night and angels of the day. They gather at the Fajr and Asr prayers. Then those who spent the night among you ascend, and their Lord, though he knows best, asks them, How did you leave my servants? They reply, We left them while they were praying, and we came to them while they were praying. 76. And in the Sahihain 2, from Aisha, she said, I stuffed a pillow for the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, with images as if it were a cushion. He came and stood between the doors 3, and his face began to change. I asked, What is wrong with us, O Messenger of God? He said, What is this pillow? I replied, A pillow I made for you to recline upon. He said, Do you not know that the angels do not enter a house in which there are images, and that whoever makes images will be punished on the day of resurrection, and it will be said to them, Give life to what you have created? 77. And in the Sahihain 4, from Ibn Abbas, he said, I heard Abu Talha say that he heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, The angels do not enter a house in which there is a dog or images of statues. Likewise, in the Sahihain 5, from Abdullah ibn Umar, he said, Gabriel promised the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, We do not enter a house in which there is a dog or an image. 78. 79. 1. Al-Bukhari, 555. Muslim, 632. 2. Al-Bukhari, 3224. Muslim, 2107. 3. The original text reads, Between the people, which is a distortion. 4. Al-Bukhari, 3225. Muslim, 2106. 5. Unique to Al-Bukhari, 3227, as in Al-Jambain al-Sahihain 2274, and narrated by Muslim 2104-2105 from the narrations of Aisha and Maimuna, may God be pleased with them. 80. Book 184. 81. And in the Sahihain 1, from Abu Huraira, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Indeed the angels pray for one of you as long as he remains in his place of prayer, where he prayed, saying, O God, forgive him, O God, have mercy on him, as long as he does not break his ablution. 82. And such texts mentioning the various kinds of angels, their attributes and their actions, make it impossible that what some claim, equating them with intellects and souls, or considering Gabriel as the active intellect, or the angels of humans as virtuous faculties, and the devils as corrupt faculties, could be true. Moreover, their assertion that the intellects and souls they deem to be angels are effects emanating from God, issuing from his essence as an effect from its cause, is tantamount to claiming that they are begotten of God, and that God has begotten the angels too. This is a notion that God has refuted, exalting himself above it, denouncing its proponents as liars, and exposing their falsehood with his words. He neither begets nor is begotten, nor is there to him any equivalent. Al-Ikhlas 3:4. And he declared, Indeed it is out of their falsehood that they say God has begotten, and indeed they are liars, up to his words, if you should be truthful, as Safat 151, 157. And he said, And they have made for God partners from the jinn, though he created them, and they falsely attribute to him sons and daughters without knowledge. Exalted is he, and high above what they describe. Al-An'am 183, 84. 1. Al-Bukhari 445, Muslim 649. 2. This is more severe than the begetting found in creation, and worse than the claims of the polytheists of the Arabs and the Christians. C. As Safadiyya, 1/8, 216, 281st, Bugyat al-Murtad, 237, Al-Jawab al-Sahih, 476, 486, Shah al-Isbahaniyya, 466, Al-Rad ala ash-Shadhili, 138, and Majmu al-Fatawa, 2 445, 17 290th, 294, 85, Book 185, 86. And he said, and they say, the Most Merciful has taken a son. Exalted is he. Rather, they are honoured servants. They do not precede him in speech, and they act by his command up to his words, standing in awe of him. Al-Anbiya 26, 28. And he affirmed, never would the Messiah disdain to be a servant of God, nor would the angels who are near to him. And whoever disdains his worship and is arrogant, he will gather them to himself altogether. An-Nisa 172. And he declared, and they say, the Most Merciful has taken a son. You have done an atrocious thing. The heavens almost rupture therefrom, and the earth splits open and the mountains collapse in devastation, that they attribute to the Most Merciful a son. And it is not appropriate for the Most Merciful that he should take a son. There is no one in the heavens and earth but that he comes to the Most Merciful as a servant. He has enumerated them and counted them a full counting, and all of them are coming to him on the day of resurrection alone. Maryam 88:95. Thus he informed that they are subservient, humbled, governed and dominated, not as an effect necessarily begotten, in a manner that cannot be altered. He clarified that they are servants of God, not resembling him as an effect resembles its cause, or a child its parent, as these Sabians claim. 87. And he said, and they say, God has taken a son. Exalted is he. Rather, to him belongs whatever is in the heavens and the earth. All are devoutly obedient to him. He is the originator of the heavens and the earth. When he decrees a matter, he only says to it, be. And it is, Al-Baqarah 116, 117. Thus he informed that he decrees all things by his word, be, not through begetting, 1, an effect from himself, 88, 89, 1. The original text reads by begetting, which is an error corrected in the manuscript F, the book 186. And thus did the Exalted One proclaim, yet they ascribe partners to God from among the jinn, though he created them, and they falsely attribute to him sons and daughters without knowledge. Glorified be he, and exalted above all that they describe. 100. Originator of the heavens and the earth. How could he have a child when he has no consort? He created all things, and he has full knowledge of everything. Al-An'am 100, 101. Thus he declared that generation can only occur through two origins. Just as a conclusion arises from two premises, so too all known effects in existence come into being only through the conjunction of causes that complete one another. A single entity, standing alone, can never be a cause or a progenitor. Nothing in this world emerges except through dual origins. Even if these be named one, the agent and the recipient, like fire and wood or the sun and the earth, a solitary entity can neither produce nor generate anything. 2. The Quran therefore elucidates that they erred in their reasoning concerning causation and generation. 3. For they claimed that the world emanates from him through causation and generation. And likewise he said, and of everything we have created pairs that you may reflect. Ad-Dariyat 49. In opposition to their assertion that what emanates from him is singular. 4. This fulfills what God the Exalted has stated, and they will not bring you any argument except that we bring you the truth and the best explanation. Al-Furqan 33. For he has undertaken to respond thus to all who stray from following the messenger. 1. As he declared, blessed is he who sent down the criterion upon his servant, that he may be a warner to the worlds. Al-Furqan 1. Thus he affirmed the oneness of God. 2. And the mission of prophethood. 3. Until his words, and on the day when the wrongdoer will bite at his hands, saying, oh, would that I had taken a path with the messenger, 27. Ah, woe to me! Would that I had not taken so-and-so as a friend. 28. He led me astray from the reminder after it had come to me, and ever is Satan to man a deserter. Al-Furqan 27:29. Thus whosoever deviates from following the messenger is a wrongdoer in proportion to that deviation, and the innovator is a wrongdoer to the extent that he opposes the sunnah. And the messenger will say, O my Lord, indeed my people have taken this Quran as a thing abandoned. 30. And thus have we made for every prophet an enemy from among the criminals, but sufficient is your Lord as a guide and a helper. 31. And those who disbelieve say, why was the Quran not revealed to him all at once? Thus it was revealed in parts, that we may strengthen thereby your heart, and we have spaced it distinctly. 32. And they do not come to you with an argument except that we bring you the truth and the best explanation. Al-Furqan 30:33. And these Sabians brought forth an argument, saying, the one can only produce or generate a single entity, and since the Lord is one, only a single entity can emanate or be generated from him. But God brought forth the truth with the most eloquent explanation, clarifying that nothing emanates or is generated from the one at all, that nothing has been generated from him, nor has anything emanated from him. Rather, he created everything by his act of creation, and he created of everything pairs 2 by 2. Footnotes for the book 186. 1. The original text reads Wulyan, meaning even if they were named as such. 2. C. The true response. 4, 468, 478, 486. Repelling contradictions. 7, 369, 374. Al-Safadiyya, 2, 216. Exposing the deceptions of the Jami'iyya, 5, 210. And Collection of Fatwa, 17, 200, 40, 243, 261, 272. 3. The original text reads Wultulid, and the corrected form Liltuld is more accurate. 4. C. Al-Tadmuriyya, 211, and Refutation of the Logicians, 218. 1. As previously mentioned, p. 155. 2. In verses 2, 3. 3. In verses 7, 10, 20. The book 187,